Hey, test. Hey, prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, test, prova. Hey. Şimdi
AÇEV'in değerli kurucuları, Sayın Yönetim Kurulu Başkanı ve
distinguished
değerli üyeleri.
head of the board of directors and members, distinguished guests coming from abroad and from our country, distinguished moderators, panelists, very distinguished representatives of civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished AÇEV family. As AÇEV, Mother-Child Education Foundation, with your contribution, for the last 30 years, we have been working to support the well-being of children as well as their families. The focus of our work is the age group 0 to 6, and we know that is the most important and valuable part of the life of a person, and we fight against inequalities of opportunities that are faced by young children in their early years of their lives. Here today, we are proud and happy to come together for our symposium on future pathways for early childhood development. Throughout the day, we will focus on topics that will hopefully make a contribution to the work and studies all around the world and further strengthen cooperation between different institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, on your right and left hand side on the red screen, you see the hashtag of our symposium. Please use this hashtag for any posts you will share throughout the day. You can have access to the bios of our panelists and the program through the QR codes seen on the screens outside. Now I would like to invite Ms. Ayla Göksel, the Deputy Head of the Board of Directors of AÇEV, for her opening remarks. Good morning.
International colleagues have their headsets, so I just want to make sure that you get them. Yabancı konuklarımızın bir kısmı.
I guess some of our international guests still do not have headsets for interpretation, so can we get...
Oh wow, quite a few, okay? Can we make sure that we get them? Okay, öncelikle kusura bakmayın.
Okay, first of all, sorry for the delay because there was a lot of traffic outside. Some of our friends have called us saying that they are going to be late. That's why we had to actually postpone our program for about 30 minutes. And hopefully we will make up for this time lost. So does everyone have headsets now? Do we have the headsets?
International friends, I'll translate for you afterwards because I don't want to lose any more time. Değerli konuklar, anne çocuk eğitim...
Ladies and gentlemen, as we mark the 30th anniversary of Mother-Child Education Foundation, we are organizing the Future Pathways for Early Childhood Development Symposium. Welcome. Everyone present here in this hall has played an important role for this journey of 30 years of AÇEV, and we are very happy to be with you today. As you know, AÇEV has dedicated itself to the development of children at early ages, but many of you know that the story of AÇEV started far before it was established, with the seeds planted by different people whose roads were crossed. About 60 years ago, Aisha and Sevda Bekman, among our founders, started their friendship at Üsküdar American High School in the 1970s. Late Çiğdem Kağıtçıbaşı, back in the Middle East Technical University, was a professor of Sevda Bekman. And in the beginning of 1980s, at Boğaziçi University, Çiğdem Kağıtçıbaşı, Diane Sungar, and Sevda Bekman started working on scientific studies on early childhood and mothers. So these were the initial seeds of our journey. During the same time, Aisha had already started dedicating herself to social issues, and Sevda Bekman was also working on different research areas that had an important implication on the international literature. And Aisha learned about her research, and under her leadership in 1993, the Mother-Child Education Foundation was established and a new story began. Of course, there is someone who unfortunately left us too early, our distinguished professor Çiğdem Kağıtçıbaşı. I would like to commemorate her as well for all her contribution. AÇEV believes that every child should have equal rights to fulfill their potential. For the child, for the family, through science, support has to be given. So 30 years ago, this was the mission that we set forth for ourselves. Of course, we can't describe 30 years with words, but maybe some souvenirs will help us in this journey to remember what has happened. Throughout these 30 years, we have developed tens of training programs, implemented hundreds of projects. We have trained more than thousands of trainers, and we have reached about 1.5 million people in total through TV and digital applications. We have reached out to 7 million people, and we had campaigns such as You Are My Father. We were able to reach out to so many people all around the country to bring attention to the needs of young children. For the age group of 5 years, participation to preschool education has increased to 90% in Turkey, and I do believe that as AÇEV we have made a contribution to this. Of course, my aim here today in this speech is not to talk about what AÇEV has been doing in the last 30 years, because an institution is not only about what it does, but it's also about its values. So our founders, Aisha Özin, Sevda Bekman, Çiğdem Kağıtçıbaşı, and Hüsnü Özniğin had a great vision that helped us create our fundamental values. After 30 years, we're still here today thanks to our values. A science-based approach is the most important value for AÇEV. Since day one on, we said science is not only for the sake of science, it should also make a contribution to the society. We said the scientific programs of AÇEV in Turkey, under the collaboration of civil society organizations and public, have turned into successful training programs. With evidence-based studies, we made sure that for the well-being of people, we can convert the results of social studies into concrete benefits. We have always defended the principle of equality. For every child to have access to early childhood education, we focus on the most disadvantaged groups in order to reduce disparities, especially for underprivileged children. We wanted to create an impact, and we wanted to have a lasting impact for the children and families, and we always worked for the better, and social transformation has to be a part of this, we said. Of course, we tried to be innovative, based on our solid foundations, and thanks to our field experience and benefiting from the international studies and practices all around the world, we have developed different models and implemented them. We wanted to be cooperative. We worked with you, and we made a difference along this path. The public, private sector, NGOs, local administrators, civil society organizations, local volunteers have become this huge world that AÇEV lives in. Last but not least, we always opted for being optimistic, even for the children of families living under the most difficult conditions. We always dreamed for a better future. We also wanted them to be able to dream for a better future. During the most darkest days, such as disasters, we worked together relentlessly for better futures. The real story of an institution is all about people and its values. These values have carried us to this day, and they will also help us in our future activities. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 years marks an important milestone for an institution. 50 years ago, the average lifespan for companies was 60 years. Now it's 18 to 20 years only. What about civil society organizations? There is no such similar research for them, but I don't think it's any different. However, the civil society organizations are different than companies in an important sense that we are trying to create a future whereby we will no longer be needed. So we are established with the dream of one day being closed. So our main target is that the solutions, the problems we are focusing on will be solved one day and we will no longer be needed. Unfortunately, the focal points and topics of our work, early childhood development activities, are far from what we want to achieve. For the age group 5, participation into education is 90%, as I said. However, for the age group of 0 to 3, it's still only 52%. So it means that half of our children do not have the chance to attend the preschool education that is of vital importance for them. And all around the world, 250 million children have their lives at risk. This is unacceptable. That's why we have this symposium. It's unacceptable in the field of early childhood development. In order to fulfill our dreams, we need to focus on what to do next, what are the things to be prioritized, what kind of collaborations we need. We have to identify all these things, and I hope at the end of this day, at least some of these questions will be answered in a way to shed light for our future, and we will be inspired. Suna Hanoz, AÇEV International Director, and many members of AÇEV have worked for months relentlessly. Thanks to them, we are here today. I would like to thank them. And with your permission, for our very valuable international guests, I'll say a few words in English.
To our dear international friends and colleagues, we are absolutely delighted to have you join us at this very special symposium. Many of you have played a very special role in our journey, and we are so grateful for your partnership and support. Our partnership has taken many forms. Many began with our shared purpose in ensuring that every child has a fair start to life. And we have advocated together on global platforms to ensure that young children get the investment and support they deserve. We have been proud partners and supporters of Yale Child Study Center, International Step-by-Step Association, Harvard University Center for the Developing Child, UNICEF, Plan International, Ecomondo, Arab Network for Early Childhood, and many others. These collaborations have contributed to the literature and practice of early childhood development, and not only enhanced our understanding of ECD, but in many cases had an impact on policy and services for young children and their families. Some of our partnerships have been sharing AÇEV programs and exchanging know-how in different parts of the world, such as Netherlands, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Tanzania, Laos, and Cambodia. And I am thrilled that we have colleagues from some of these countries here with us today. Under the vision of our founder, Aisha, we joined forces with the Yale Child Study Center, UNICEF, and Early Years to create a global community to mobilize the transformative power of young children in building more peaceful homes and societies. Sadly, this is even more relevant today and in our part of the world. I welcome the many members of the Early Childhood Peace Consortium who are with us today. But what undoubtedly has been the most important has been our friendship over the years as we have worked together in solidarity for young children and their families. I know that many of you have travelled very far to be with us today, amidst your very busy schedules, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to think and learn together. Thank you, and I very much hope you enjoy your time in Istanbul. I also wish to extend a special thank you to our keynote speaker, Hiro Yoshikawa from NYU, whose work in the field has been outstanding and inspiring. We can't wait to hear from you, Hiro. I will revert back to Turkish for a closing personal remark. Sözlerimi kişisel bir paylaşımla bitirmek isterim.
Personal remark, as the daughter of a Turkish family living abroad, I was born in UK and I came back to Turkey at the age of 22. I am one of the first persons who joined AÇEV as a professional. AÇEV was my first job. I grew with AÇEV. I traveled all around Turkey with AÇEV, met so many different people from all walks of life. I have represented AÇEV in many parts of the world. Being a part of an institution for the last 30 years is a privilege that only few people have. So I'm so honored that I have been able to make a contribution to my country for these last 30 years. I would like to thank Aisha Özyiğin, Sevda Bekman, and Hüsnü Özyiğin for giving me this chance. Our founder, Aisha Özyiğin, and Ayşecan Özyiğin, who continued the work after her, made great contributions, and I'm so privileged to work with them. Unfortunately, because of an illness that she had during the weekend, Aisha is not able to attend us today. But as the AÇEV team, we are extremely happy to organize this symposium, especially after the 100th anniversary of our republic. I would like to thank the entire AÇEV family, all our stakeholders and supporters for always standing by our side and for all their contributions so far. And I hope this symposium will make a contribution to the early childhood development, young children and their families. Thank you. We would like to thank Ms. Ayla Göksel for her valuable remarks. Now we will continue with our keynote speaker who has honored us with their participation. Professor Hiro Yoshikawa from New York University Global Ties for Children Center at NYU.
Thank you very much. It's a true honor to be here on the 30th anniversary of AÇEV. I have known of AÇEV's work since I first met Chidem Kagebashi and Professor Sevda Beckman many years ago, maybe about 20 years ago, and had the pleasure of working with them when I was at the Harvard Center on the Developing Child. Today I'll talk about the relationship of research and policy in early childhood development, and I do want to start with the inspirations of two articles that have been landmark studies in global child development. I still teach both of these articles, but the article on the left was a 30-year study that Professor Kagebashi conducted to understand how the value and meaning-making and goals for children's development changed with historical changes in the country of Turkey. And it was really one of the very first articles in the world to track the relationship of historical change in real time across that number of decades for population. And that was one of the many ways that she led the field of child development, which is how I got to know her first at the meetings of the Society for Research in Child Development, where I also met Professor Beckman. And then, of course, the other article here is the long-term impact of the mother-child education program, which was one of the landmark, very first long-term studies of early childhood intervention to use a rigorous, controlled design and find positive effects after 20 years from that study. And of course, we've just heard how AÇEV's programming has expanded all over the world with that expertise and all over Turkey as well. So I just wanted to support their work. What do they teach us? They teach us that culture, policy, and human development are fundamentally intertwined across the life course. And I cannot think of an NGO that was started with such impact by developmental scientists at that point in the history of developmental science. And with this notion that macro forces, what we often think is quite far or distal from development, like culture or public policy, are actually part of the daily routines and the intertwining of young children and their families and communities as they develop over time. This is still a cutting-edge area of child development. We still don't understand how macro forces like culture, like ideology, like political forces impact children's development across the lifespan. And so my topic today is about one of those macro factors, which is public policy. And the question I was asked to address is, how can scholars of early childhood development participate more effectively in policy processes at national scale, in the way that Professors Kagibachi and Beckman have done with the leadership of Aisha Özin and all of the AÇEV staff over the last 30 years. And how would the practice of research, how is it that we researchers, coming from the context of social science, actually participate in national policy processes when we are ourselves not politicians? We generate knowledge, evidence, and data. So I'm going to take 4 themes and speak briefly about these. The first is the work of a U.S. foundation that has conducted and funded 15 years of research on the use of research evidence in policy, and we'll talk a little bit about the kinds of themes that come from that work. The second would be how partnership with ministries can occur in the humanitarian sector, which is usually associated with short-term work, but can, I would argue, with a recent example from the Middle East, have potentially sustainable impact for entire nations, not just for refugee or displaced populations. The third is the notion of developing costed, science-based, actual policy proposals and a potential role for researchers to engage in this in interdisciplinary teams. And then the fourth is how we can support these processes among scholars from low and middle-income countries, so that keynote speakers should not be coming from places like New York, but should be coming from the majority world to talk about the relationship of research to policy and practice. And then I'll conclude with a vision for the kinds of training and the kinds of skills that need to be developed for researchers to engage more meaningfully in national policy processes. So the first is a question of the use of evidence in policy, and it turns out that there is now a fairly large set of research studies on these that was funded by a foundation called the William T. Grant Foundation, which has now for 15 years invested in research on the use of evidence in policy. Of course, this is a big question, and the usual way that I teach this topic is to say that research is about the least important influence on policy. It might constitute at most 5, 6, 7% of the influences on policy, but that is all the more reason for us to study and understand when is it that research might have an impact on policy. So first of all, what doesn't work? I was also asked to talk about what doesn't work. And so this is a good example. What doesn't work is what's typically done, which is that a researcher will present their data, and for about 95% of an article, it's the hypotheses and the research questions and the methods and then the results and the discussion, and then at the end there's 2 paragraphs. Oh, I think my study has policy implications. Well, that is how most articles read if you read in the social science literature, even in the evaluation literature, and that doesn't work. Simply translating your findings into simpler language doesn't work. Policy briefs by themselves do not work. Single event briefings do not work. Opinion pieces and blogs, so even communicating to the public or communicating in a major newspaper, which is something that is extremely valuable but will not work by themselves. And I'm adding the word by themselves because each of these can work in combination with other work, but they cannot work by themselves. And so the question is, how does policy get made? Ultimately, policy gets made by human beings sitting in often surprisingly small groups. And so a concept that's relevant here is social networks. I once had a very interesting conversation with Javier Abugatas, who was a 3-time vice minister of finance of Peru. After he was in the Treasury Ministry the first time, and he was observing how decisions get made, he left the ministry to learn how to do group therapy. And that is because he said all of the actual decisions were happening in small groups, but I could not understand how to meaningfully participate in an influential way in a small group with diverse opinions. So he was like, I needed to learn this technique of group therapy. So I believe he went to Argentina to get that training. He came back, and then he was vice minister again in 2 different administrations. That was a story that really struck with me in a project that, Angie Ponguta and I and Pia Brito did about 12 years ago. Policy obviously doesn't just occur in small random groups of people. It occurs in context of larger socio-political and ideological change. It is influenced by social movements. It involves meaning-making that is influenced by cultural factors, deeply held assumptions, as well as political factors. And much of this research funded by the William T. Grant Foundation has been qualitative in nature, because of the importance of meaning-making and sense-making in the policy process. We often don't recognize these mechanisms, the William T. Grant Foundation has now influenced various U.S. agencies, including the Department of Education, convinced them that this is actually an important area of research. So what actually works? What works is sustained reciprocal partnerships with networks of policymakers. What works is answering policymakers' questions and meeting them where they are. What works, and certainly this has been my experience, is to work with policymakers who are open to the role of new information and new evidence. What is really important is to stay in touch with networks of former policymakers, because as we know, any policymaker you work with, chances are they will not be there after 18 months. And so we need to work with the networks of people who are committed to an issue, who stay, and they typically may be committed to the issue of child development, for example, but they might transition in their career across NGOs, civil society, government when the government administration welcomes them, but in a variety of roles. And it is that network that is really key in sustaining interest in ECD, because we know that in any country this takes decades. It does not take years, it does not take months, it takes decades. With these sustained contacts, we need to be patient and wait and jump in when the policy window opens. We need to think about things other than the quick policy wins, but the incremental wins. Getting a national ECD policy off the ground is a huge task, but that is not the same thing as building in permanent financing in legislation. Permanent financing that would follow the growth of a population or changes in demographics across administrations. And so beyond an initial ECD policy, for example, we need to work on the legislation that will make sure that implementation continues and that finance continues across the next 3, 4, 5, or 6 administrations. We need the participatory engagement of local, indigenous, and minority policy leaders who lead work on diversity, inclusion, governance, and finance. We cannot do this simply from the national level. In other words, we do have to include the local and the subnational levels. The second example follows on this, because this is about long-term partnerships with ministries from a very unexpected place, which is the humanitarian sector. The humanitarian sector is not known, really, for working with ministries. And so one issue that makes the humanitarian sector quite complicated and unique is that you have 3 separate dynamic systems that interact. You have the host government, you have the humanitarian sector, and then you have the refugee community themselves. And this is a very complicated governance and finance context. So often the assumption is that the humanitarian actors are called in for a limited period of time during the period of conflict or post-conflict, but then exit and leave the host government there. And the question is, what happens to ECD programs and policies once the funding from the humanitarian sector disappears? And that's a challenge, because funding for humanitarian work is even shorter than for typical international development funding. And so sustainability is a very, very big problem. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the achievements of a recent project that was just completed in the past couple months called Ahlan Simsim, which was the first MacArthur Foundation 100 and change grant, a partnership between the International Rescue Committee and Sesame Workshop, followed by another very large investment called Play to Learn. These projects worked on 3 very large refugee flows: the Syrian refugees in the Middle East, the Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, and the Venezuelan refugees in Colombia. These were very large grants, and so they have produced very impressive reach. 27 million children have watched the television show Ahlan Simsim that was co-produced by Sesame Workshop and Jordan Pioneers, and over 3 million children have received on-the-ground services from the IRC that integrated Ahlan Simsim content from Sesame Workshop. But more importantly, Ahlan Simsim engaged in partnerships with 9 ministries in Lebanon, Jordan, and Iraq, with regional entities who are the equivalents of ministries in Syria, and 80 other partner NGOs. There were full-time staff in the Amman office of the IRC whose entire job it was to work with ministries, and that's an unusual kind of position for a humanitarian organization. And I can refer you to a report that was released 2 weeks ago called Insights from the Ahlan Simsim Scaling Journey, which shows that in the year after funding ends, which is right now, actually 1 million children are being served by ministries who were the partners of the original Ahlan Simsim funding. Whoops. So what are some examples of successful scaling strategies? The first is that ministries take ownership and are responsible for financing. In fact, none of the original financing that went to the IRC went to ministries. This is all done in partnerships and with ministries' own finances, so that there is this sense of sustainability and not relying on short-term grants. So for example, standards for daycare and nurseries were introduced and co-constructed between the Ministry of Public Health and the IRC to lead to the first national standards for childcare in that country, which are now being implemented nationally. The project worked with committees made up of agency staff that stayed across minister transitions. It's very important to not just work with the minister and their direct staff, because they're not going to be there after a while. In Jordan, models and materials that were taken up were adapted, and it was ensured that they were aligned with national strategies and national standards. This principle of starting with ministry needs rather than NGO or research needs was important. So for example, rather than introducing a parenting program into health programs, the Ahlan Simsim initiative worked on a smoking cessation effort, because that's what the ministry was most interested in, was to reach pregnant moms with a smoking cessation effort. So you kind of start again with where a ministry is. And the co-design process might start with an organization like the IRC playing the primary role, but needs to quickly transition to ministries playing the primary role. So these and other examples are in this very informative report about what the humanitarian sector can do. Example 3 is this notion of, can researchers engage in interdisciplinary teams to actually craft costed multi-year policy proposals? We might think, oh, well, this is the usual job of ministry staff, or this is the job of development banks and task team leaders, for example. Well, in fact, many of those people might not have some of the requisite technical expertise in the very complicated area of early childhood development. So I'm going to talk about a couple examples of this. Of course, the Bible here is Emily Vargas Baron's really landmark guide on how to engage in participatory policy planning in ECD, and Emily is here. And she has done so much work in so many different countries to engage in participatory processes that are the more sustainable approaches. So what I'm going to talk about is really a version of the kind of work that she does. And we did this in the United States across the national level as well as the state level, and then we applied this to multiple states and to the country of El Salvador as a kind of process to cost 10-year policies in the area of early childhood care and education. And I do want to acknowledge A.J. Chaudhry, who is one of those very unusual people who's a policymaker and a scholar, and had run child care for the city of New York, as well as for the Obama administration. And then with three of us who are experts in child care, preschool, and family support, we wrote a book that was for the Hillary Clinton administration, and you know what happened there. But I'll talk about what we actually did starting the day after publication, which was supposed to be the Hillary Clinton administration. We set a rationale that this approach to policy was a way to fight societal inequality, and a pattern in the United States of societal inequality now being as large between the middle class and the wealthy as it is between the poor and the middle class. Now, this is a huge policy opening, because if the middle class understands the role of inequality and their inability to access quality ECD supports, you have suddenly tripled your electorate that might support a comprehensive ECD policy that has some universal aspects to it. So what we proposed in this book was paid parental leave, a guarantee of child care assistance going way up into the middle class, universal early education for 3- and 4-year-olds, and a reimagined intensive family support program. The details of this actually don't matter that much. I'm going to go very, very quickly through them. But the point was that we made all the policy decisions and we essentially wrote legislation, but we wrote it in an easy-to-read way, and then we backed it up with all of the evidence that was required. So a legislative staff member would not need to go beyond the book to be able to produce legislation that they could say was evidence-based and based on prior decades of research. So these were the kinds of ways that we presented our proposals, with the current context on the left, and our proposal and its specific elements on the right. When it mattered, we added newly compiled national data. For example, this was a very important national data that had not been presented before, showing unequal access to quality child care for those as early as at age 2, whether they are in homes or in centers. Here again, we did a lot of the work for the government. We made a lot of these decisions. Of course, we consulted with experts in the advocacy, civil society, and former government roles about what is it that can produce quality, not just access, in childcare and early education. How do we support the workforce? How much does it actually cost to build in the quality supports? How do we build in intensive family support and high-quality early learning programs for the most disadvantaged families starting at birth? And so these are the details of the 4 policy areas. But the most important thing that we did with AJ's experience was to develop national cost estimates. And we turned them into a 10-year scaling approach. We took into account the different subnational areas, some of which are much further along. For example, the states of Oklahoma and Georgia are already at 85% preschool attendance. What would they do in a policy like this? What kind of incentives would they be given versus the states that are very far behind that get a different set of incentives, right? So thinking about subnational variation in the costing and then developing a 10-year plan and suggesting a level of costing that would be feasible per year. How did we apply this to U.S. legislation? Well, starting with the day that President Trump was elected, we started working with Congress, and this became the basis for the national child care legislation of the United States from Senator Patty Murray and Representative Bobby Scott, which then ultimately became the child care proposal of the Biden administration under Build Back Better, which ultimately almost got passed except for one gentleman from West Virginia. But during the Trump administration, we did pick states that were interested in advancing at least 2 pillars of this 4-policy agenda, and ended up working with 5 states in the United States that all made advances in these different areas. What we did that was very critical was we developed the costed proposals for each state. So we got all the information on the demographics of children, the salaries of child care workers to increase the salary workers by the same amount that we were proposing for the national level, but all of these were state-level policy proposals. And so we did that work with them, with coalitions of advocates and researchers and state legislators, and developed 10-year plans for each of these. And finally, we applied them to the country of El Salvador through a remarkable collaboration with UNICEF El Salvador, Jimmy Vasquez, who was the policy specialist at that point. So we went through a similar process with a high-level coalition for children that UNICEF had assembled, and worked with them first to develop, in this case, the child care, early education, and family support elements. We developed the costs, working with the national agencies, getting some input from the IDB, and then we developed economic projections, not only of the benefits of these programs, but of employment, right? Because childcare, increasing childcare produces increased employment, not only among the childcare workers, but also among the parents who benefit from the childcare. This proposal was used by Jimmy Vasquez in a way that I would have to say was unusual for UNICEF, which is to engage in the political process and bring the proposal before all 4 presidential candidates from the left and the right, every major political party in El Salvador, brought them together in the only event during the campaign that brought all 4 presidential candidates together to publicly commit, if they were elected, to implement national ECD legislation. And what ultimately happened was the president who was elected and his wife, the First Lady, Gabriele Bukele, implemented Crecer Juntos, which is the national ECD policy of El Salvador, with the help of $600 million in loans from the World Bank and from the Inter-American Development Bank. So what does this mean? Interdisciplinary teams that include the ability, the demographic ability, the ability to cost a proposal together with the technical elements of what should go into a policy in childcare, what should go into a policy in family support and early education at the national level. What is the approach to scaling? Do we do progressive universalism, where we start with the most disadvantaged municipalities and then expand, or do we take some other approach? We must pay attention, of course, to the costing of services for children with disabilities, and provide a template for the finance and planning ministries. To some extent, this is like doing the work for the World Bank that is done at the country level, but unfortunately the way the World Bank works, the loan process is separate from the research part of the bank. And so the task team leaders are often operating without the kind of technical expertise that the researchers might have. So we believe that there may be a role for these kinds of interdisciplinary teams of researchers familiar with country processes to engage in this kind of work. This is not traditional developmental psychology, and it's also not traditional economics, but it is something that falls between developmental science and policy analysis and demography and financing. We also think it's very important for there to be an autonomy of finance and planning mechanisms for certain groups like indigenous groups, as in the Colombian national policy. And so this may be an approach to think about in terms of what researchers can do. Finally, supporting research policy practice partnerships in low and middle income countries. This is from a a 5-year initiative called Equal, or Education, Quality, and Learning for All, whose goal was to create networks of scholars in sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East to support work on SDG 4 in partnership with NGO and ministry partners in each country. This produced networks in each of these 2 regions to address research gaps, build regional networks, and connect to global networks. That's a photograph from the in-person convening in Nairobi. With a 4-part model. These are provision of 2.5-year research seed grants, following a review process, a mentorship program for early career researchers considered as those within 10 years of their PhD. Each came in with a research practice partnership network, and so what was funded was not individuals but teams. Each grantee had to come in with an NGO or ministry partner, a mentor that could be from within their university or within their country, but also could be from the region, and then a co-PI who was a master's level, more junior person, so there were 2 levels of mentorship going on in each team. We had a senior advisory group, and each part of this process was mentored, from the letter of intent that was issued in French, Arabic, and English, to the invitation for a full proposal, to the feedback for the full proposal, to the monthly Zoom meetings, and to the convenings that happened in person in Tunis and in Nairobi. We received 100 applications, and 27 grantee teams were funded. We had a distinguished advisory board that includes some people who are here. Ghassan Issa, who is the head of the Arab Network on Early Childhood Development. Thank you for all of your mentorship. So they were on the monthly calls, they were providing the feedback, they were mentoring, and they were making the decisions. We at NYU Global Ties were not making these decisions. We facilitated the whole process, but this was really led by our senior advisors from each of our regions. And our 27 grantees came from 14 countries in sub-Saharan Africa and MENA. And here are some of the examples of research from these Equal grantees. We did also support them in the dissemination of their research to practice and policy partners. You see, we did include some grantees from West Africa and Francophone Africa as well. Some of our grantees have gone on to be leaders in the field, like Pam Wadende, who has now gotten the Templeton grant, Chris Kwa, who is now the PI for a new capacity grant we're involved with the Jacobs Foundation and leading the Ed Lab, partnering with the ministry with a network of scholars in Ghana. What did we learn here? We are the learners. This was something where we learned as much, if not more, than the grantees themselves. The skills involved are ones that can be productively co-mentored together around longitudinal science, the culture of human development, policy analysis, and evaluation and implementation. This really goes back to what AÇEV has been doing for 30 years. This is the mix of skills that we need. Mentorship can involve flexible teams, peer-based mentorship, mentorship within versus outside the scholar's university, engaging higher university administration, and these lessons of working with teams that can transcend turnover in policy contexts. I would say contracting, though, was a major challenge, both on the part of our university as well as each of the 27 universities. And it was also important to track policy impact at the local level. Many of the partners were, for example, regional ministry staff, not necessarily the national staff. So finally, what conceptual, technical, and partnership skills are required for the future of this kind of research for national ECD policy impact? The first one, I would say, is systems thinking. ECDAN just did a 2-week masterclass on systems thinking, of which a variety of the participants and organizers and faculty are also here. And the importance of systems principles is that they apply to the individual child, the family, the organization, the community, the institution, and all 3 levels of policy, municipal, subnational, and national policy levels. Systems principles, I'm not going to go into detail, but this is an article that was just released with science of learning experts to try to apply developmental systems principles to educational and service systems. And for those of you who are familiar with these notions of sociocultural theories, dynamic systems theories, these are still approaches that we think are valuable for transforming systems. So that's the first skill here that we think is important. The second is that you cannot avoid, if you're in the policy arena, not understanding frontline program implementation. You really need to sit in programs and understand what the interactions between adults and children and children are like. We need these sustained multi-year partnership skills that I was talking about. We need the ability to listen to and answer policymakers' questions, to support big to better, not just small to bigger kinds of scale. Small to bigger is taking an innovation and scaling it. Big to better is taking a service system that's already at scale and improving it. We need to integrate causal and critical perspectives and understand how processes of discrimination work in a society, not just distributional inequality or poverty, for example. Learning those costing scenarios, which involve thinking about the demography of a country and the workforce and integrating that into a national ECD policy. Thinking now, these days, in a time of polycrisis, about macro-ideology and the influence of ideologies like nationalism and its effects on policy systems and child development, and a very under-researched area, which is how social movements can influence ECD policy. This is the future work of the Foundation for Child Development, the leading foundation in the United States focused on early childhood development. We need to get beyond structural and process quality and child development and really understand what are the systems indicators. How is it that subnational leadership have the skills for planning, strategy, governance, and finance, for example? Why do we not measure any of those kinds of things, right? As a field, we're stuck at the level of the front line and at child development. If the global goal mechanism is one that we need to continue to be involved in, and I would argue that we do, we need to understand the technical requirements of Tier 1 indicators of the UN Statistical Commission and start working right now, as 2030 is only 6 years away, to advance the next stage of ECD indicators. And finally, we need collaboration and input from diverse language, ethnic, indigenous, and migrant groups to engage meaningfully in policy implementation and governance. So these, I think, are some of the directions that we can learn from the last 30 years of AÇEV's work, a lot of similar extraordinary work across the globe, and move forward for the next decades. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Mr. Yoshikawa for this inspiring speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue with our panel on how we can ensure the development of multi-sectoral and/or integrated early childhood programs. Our moderator is from World Bank, Sherri, and I also would like to invite our panelists from UNICEF, Divya, Lata, Center on the Developing Child, Harvard University, James Cairns, and I would like to invite from AÇEV, Suna, Hanoz-Penney, and International Step-by-Step Association Director, Liana, Ghent. Please come to the podium.
Sorry, when it's?
Do you want?
As well, yeah, that would be helpful. Wait, okay.
Good morning, it's great to be with all of you in this really incredible and thoughtful process. Our discussion today as a panel is on the critical role of multi-sectoral coordination and integration in early childhood development during the early years. My name is Sherri. I was already introduced to you, and I'm honored to be the moderator for this session today. We'll explore here the importance of building integrated systems for early childhood development. And in our discussion, we'll include a focus on national and subnational achievements. We'll also, through the experiences and knowledge of panelists, get to grips with some practical examples and hear from their particular experience around the world as well. There's been a significant growth, as we are all aware of, in early childhood development services, but there's still a significant gap in terms of achieving equity in the distribution and quality of programs. Currently, evidence-based governance strategies are not enough to achieve the kind of widespread implementation of services of quality as we heard in the first presentation today. There's also a limited understanding of the use of systems approaches as we all know and experience. So as countries move to improve ECD systems, we know some have made significant improvements towards integration, streamlining services and support across various sectors, but the journey isn't successful everywhere, and we don't know yet of any one solution that fits or works for every country or context. So as we focus on these complex challenges in our discussion today, we are going to do this through a facilitated dialogue with the panelists who are here. We are going to draw on their vast experience and expertise. I will be asking specific questions of the panelists, focused on more open-ended questions, and then there will be opportunity for others on the panel to respond to these specific questions. After the panel discussion, which will take more or less an hour, we will open to the floor for some interaction in an open mic session where this is your chance to share your experience, knowledge, and inputs, and also to ask any specific questions you may wish to of the panelists. To keep an atmosphere of conversation and sharing of lessons, we are not going to be using any PowerPoints. The panelists will simply be speaking and responding to questions. So I'm going to begin by asking each of the panelists just to introduce themselves to you, to share a little bit about their work before we move on. So could we begin with you, please, Divya?
Sure. Greetings. My name is Divya Lata, and I lead the Global Early Childhood Education Program at UNICEF New York, representing here all the colleagues from UNICEF who work with you in various forms in early childhood. And really delighted to be here at the celebration of amazing work that AÇEV has done in this field. Thank you very much. Over to you, Liana.
Hello, good morning. My name is Liana Ghent. I'm the director of ISSA, the International Step-by-Step Association. We are a regional network for Europe and Central Asia focusing on early childhood development. We're very proud that AÇEV is a member of ISSA, and we congratulate AÇEV for the amazing achievements over 30 years. It's an honor to be here, and I will share from the experience of our more than 100 member organizations across 40 countries of the region.
Good morning. I'm James Cairns from the Center on the Developing Child at Harvard University. I also am delighted to be here and have to say that it was support from the Ozine family and AÇEV that enabled our center to begin our international work and for me to be hired. at the center more than 15 years ago. So it is a true delight to be back, and we are grateful for the journeys that we've all been on together and excited for this conversation this morning.
Merhaba, hello. I'm Suna Hanoz-Penney. I'm Director of International Programs, Partnerships, and Strategy for AÇEV. My work involves providing technical expertise to international and local organizations abroad and work on program design, management, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation to all scale-up impactful programs and impact policy. I'm specifically honored to have all our international partners here today with us, as well as our national partners. Thank you for being here. Hoş geldiniz.
Great, thank you. So, really a multidisciplinary team who will be able to talk about the issue of systems from these important different perspectives across academic experience on the ground and, of course, working with governments and national policy systems. So I was interested to hear Hiro talking about meaning-making and the importance of ensuring that we understand common language and common discourse when we are talking about work in the early years. Australia, in its ECD field, developed a guide called How to Talk About Early Childhood Education and Care, in part trying to build a language that would unify thinking and approaches. The guide argues that if we use professional language consistently when communicating with children, families, and the community in our documents, in our conversations, and in our framework, it will become more widespread and catch on, become a new norm, and more people will start using that language without a second thought. So taking a page from this book, I would like us to begin today's session actually by talking about what we are talking about when we actually reference integration, when we talk about coordinated systems. What do we mean? Are we all having the same conversation? And so I'm going to invite our panelists to respond to this thought, just to talk a little bit about what they mean, what their goals are as organizations or entities working in the area of systems integration. So who would like to kick off a response to this?
I'm happy to kick off.
Divya, thank you.
For UNICEF, our vision is guided by the basic right of every child to the best start in life. And at last count, we find that 1 in 3 children are actually denied this right. These are children who do not are not developmentally on track from the measures that we use, especially the ECDI 2030, which is a measure that is used to track SDG indicator 4.2.1 that looks at how children are doing in terms of their key learning, health, and social-emotional development parameters. These are typically the most vulnerable children. They include the 200 million who are probably in severe food insecurity. These include 110 million children who are living in conflict. And typically, these children would be exposed to multiple vulnerabilities. With climate change, we see 17 million children under the age of 1 are breathing toxic air. And the list can continue. So for us at UNICEF, what this means is we have to work across different sectors, leveraging the sectoral expertise and political will, and at the same time working across sectoral silos so that we can go develop the best programs and have the best results for all children, and the outcome of which is that all children have the best start in life.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sure. Go ahead, Liana.
I would like to share from the work of our network. We apply the notion of integrated approaches, especially at the municipality level. And we look at the early childhood development system with the lens of not only ensuring competent workforce, but also ensuring a competent system. And for us, at the foundation of this work lies the notion that for child development, we need a 360-degree view. We need a broad understanding, all sectors working together. We need to look at the formal, non-formal, and informal services for young children. Center, home, community-based services, health, education, care, social protection. For this, we need to ensure a comprehensive early childhood strategy. And we see this strategy being developed very much along the lines of our keynote speaker through a participatory approach, through really understanding what are the real needs of families and young children and giving them a voice. And I would put forward that, in fact, to reach to that, we need a network mindset. We need network approaches to co-creating the services, to reaching to a meaningful strategy for young children and their families. And to strengthen the system, this strategy needs, the strategy development needs to involve local action teams. So therefore, a participatory approach and a network mindset.
Thanks. So I think looking at this, and our center is focused on sort of bringing together multiple disciplines of scientific research and thinking about how that helps us understand what's happening for development. And I think there's a great metaphor in our biology for integration. And so we're actually integrated systems of biology in our bodies. And what that means, though, is that kind of each of those systems is highly trained to do a specific thing. So we can think about the work of the brain, the immune system, the metabolic system, the cardiovascular system. But they're all working as a team. They have a particular skill or responsibility, if you will, but that what we're working for, the integration is not that the brain is doing what the heart should do, and et cetera, but they're working for a shared outcome, which is to respond to and thrive in the environment we find ourselves in. So we can think of this as a sports team, if you will. We don't want everybody on the football team to be a really good goalie. But what we need is everybody's doing their role in a way that produces a shared positive outcome, i.e. we win the game. And so we want to think about integration in that way, that it's less about everybody doing everything or somebody doing all things, but that collectively there's an alignment around what our goal is, and that we're all ensuring all parts of the system are equipped to perform in a way that produces the outcome we want.
Thank you. So I'm glad you made that point, because I will come a bit reflectively and self-critically on this. So yes, our goal is very similar, to be able to reach the best developmental outcomes for children. But sometimes a credible, expert, local, subnational organization, NGO like ourselves, we do lean into designing these perfect programs, integrating all the components and the models, multi-sectoral models, which does deliver excellent results on children and families, but then you end up doing all the work. And sometimes the collective work falls onto the organization. Now, on a smaller local scale, this works still fine, but when you're trying to scale things up, the attractive model that has all these components do tend to turn into a bit of a burden, a heavier, bigger model that becomes harder to scale up. And secondly, the human resources can be a serious bottleneck when you're trying to scale up, because now you really need a very highly trained personnel to be able to take the program to scale. So on that regard, Sherri, I would say there are still some gaps remaining in our understanding how to take this local model that works and mirror this up on a more vertical level, and how to go between integrated programming and combined programming. Maybe one last point I can make is in more emergency contexts. Last year we had a devastating earthquake in Turkey. Following that, we were able to do more combined programming, like James is talking about, working collectively with other partners.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I mean, I think there's a diverse range of responses here to a question about what we mean when we talk about integration. And so I want to just take that a little bit further. When I was reading to prepare for this session, I came across the work of Bennett and Cargo, who argue that the true integration of early childhood services goes beyond simply combining different structures. It requires a change in the mindset, and we've heard a lot of talk here about that mindset change. We also heard it from Hiro in the first session, that sees care, education, and health services as inseparable components of a unified whole. Essentially, we need to view the services as a single entity that can address the needs of children in a holistic manner. This approach really involves, I guess, adopting two key elements: a theoretical framework, or the conceptual framing of what we are trying to achieve, that shapes our perceptions of the relationships between these services, and then, of course, the practical arrangement for achieving them. So what's the structural integration, which will then determine how these services are fundamentally coordinated and delivered. So James, considering this multifaceted kind of nature of true integration, and recognizing that we're not just merging services structurally, but also trying to work on unifying them conceptually, we know there's a strong evidence base for this. We know your center is strong on the science. And so what we would really value hearing from you, given your expertise, is to share some of those insights on how science actually can inform our practices with regard to systems building and strengthening the kind of key messages and motivation for governments and other entities to actually be working towards more unified systems.
Great. Thank you, Sherri. And let me then pick up the metaphor I just used, which is one of the things that's been so powerful in our collective work over the last 30, 40, 50 years has been bringing attention to the distinctive developmental period from prenatal to 3, 5, 6, that little kids aren't just little kids. There's a distinctive thing happening in their brains, in their bodies, that's distinctive and unique for this period in life. And what we're increasingly learning is that all of the stuff we talked about in terms of brain development and learning is just as true for these integrated biological systems. And so when we talk about the immune system and the effects of inflammation, when we talk about the metabolic system and different hormones in the body, that all of that early foundation of stress and adversity and resilience, that combination is just as true of laying foundations for lifelong outcomes in health, in mental health, in other behavioral outcomes, as it is in learning. And so we have to understand, as we look at the way different parts of our systems are working with young children, that they're all influencing that developmental pathway for those kinds of outcomes in multiple areas of life. The second thing that is some newer work that's come out of our center in the last couple of years that is not necessarily new research. A lot of what we do isn't new research. It's bringing bodies of knowledge into the story we're telling about the importance of the early years. And now this is starting to look at the broader built and natural environments in which children grow up. And so how do we understand that there are factors from toxins, from pollution, access to green space and playgrounds, ease of transportation for parents getting to work, all of these things that are happening in this broader environment around families that can have critical effect on child health and development outcomes. And so how do we understand the environments in which children are living, what they're being exposed to, good and bad, in terms of that broader environment, and also understanding in all of our societies that where people live and what they're exposed to is not evenly distributed and often not accidental. That we have historic patterns of exclusion, of inclusion, of providing supports and access and not, of exposing families and communities to certain kinds of adversities or not, and that all of those things are having as much of an effect on child health and developmental outcomes as the programs and services we provide. Now, that might sound like, oh my God, what are you doing? This is even more complicated. I'll get to that in a second. The third piece and we have just released a new working paper last week, which will also feel like we're just complicating everybody's life, and I'm apologizing for that. It's about individual variation. What we know from human biology and what you know if you've been in a family, we're all different. Each of us respond distinctively based on a combination of our own genetic makeup and the experiences and environments we live in to certain kinds of both exposures and programs and services. And so variation is a fundamental principle in biology. We've worked very hard to try and pretend it is not a fundamental principle in how we provide programs, services, and things to our own families, communities, and societies. So again, this might feel like it complicates things, but that's what's happening in the biology of our bodies and our societies. The good news, and I just made too complicating, difficult. The good news is this open space and opportunity to understand that what is important and good for young children in their environments, surprise, is actually good for all of us. And we can start to build coalitions and think about integration of how housing and transport, doing what they already do, not making them do something different, but understand how that has impact on improving the prospects for kids and families over the life course.
Great, thanks, James. Is there anyone else on the panel who wants to pick up on or ask any questions of James around this?
We follow the science.
Follow the science, right. Okay, so let's move on then with that notion of following the science. You get to national government, and you need now to begin to have this conversation about following the science in terms of policy and programs, resource allocation, ministries that perhaps don't traditionally work together, that are operating in strong silos, Ministry of Finance that doesn't necessarily see in its coffer a priority for this kind of thinking. Let's move to UNICEF, who do a lot of work in this regard with trying to encourage this thinking and shift national systems towards greater coherence and integration. Divya, do you want to share with us some of your experiences of working at national level in this regard?
Thank you, Sherri. Of course, we've just heard an excellent keynote presentation showing how some of these policy windows can be leveraged and the kind of gains that can be had. But in reality, the process is very messy. Some of the time, we are learning as we are doing. And, but let me start with, on a positive note, over the years of experience and contributions of partners that UNICEF has with civil society organizations, donors, and of course governments. Now, more than 100 countries actually prioritize early childhood within their national priority plans, policies, and programs. And more than 60 of these are actually actively pursuing integrated systems to make sure that children have the best start in life. When we look at these processes for UNICEF, we did a causal analysis across these. First of all, when we look at some of the integrated systems, typically they are not saying that sectoral expertise and systems have to be somewhat merged together. Actually, what they're saying is sectors need to play their role, but we also need to see how we can coordinate across the sectors. So it's actually a greater demand on sectors to not only do their mandated services, mandated systems, mandated data systems that they inform their practices and progress moving forward, but find avenues for making those linkages so that children are seamlessly moving from the earlier stages during pregnancy, birth, early stages within the first 3 years, and as they get into formal systems of learning and support, so how we can continue to provide that holistic support to our children. Having said that, our causal analysis identifies a few enabling factors of resource allocation, the norms in societies. Again, our keynote speaker alluded to some of those cultural factors that really have an impact, and also the kind of governance systems that create the readiness to make these kind of linkages happen. And then there are certain underlying factors which are largely around policies, the programs, and how state of practice can be influenced by these processes. Let me pick just a few examples to illustrate what this might look like. So in some countries, of course, mostly when we are looking at health systems, we leverage the nutrition programs, infant and young child feeding programs, which provide a very solid way of engaging parents at that early stage, and nutrition inputs and the counseling sessions also often include inputs around stimulating the child, talking to the child, playing with the child. Similarly, looking at integrated management of childhood illnesses, and several countries have leveraged these approaches to really make sure that we are able to make the best interventions for children. In this, I should say that in health systems, we emphasize at least 4 key interventions. So early stimulation, parenting support, developmental monitoring, and also early identification of childhood disabilities and delays that may be existing there. And today we have more than 60 countries, actually 63 countries at last count, who in fact are already convening 3 or more of these interventions in health systems. A quick example from the education side. In Indonesia, the government found that there is a lot of attrition of, once the immunization schedules of children have been completed by year 1 or a little bit after that, then the contact with health systems tends to get lower and lower. So parents are not accessing health systems and therefore losing out on the opportunities for the other inputs, and in fact, increased wasting levels were noticed. And to address that, they actually started looking at how pre-primary centers can in fact fill some of the gap, and pre-primary teachers were in fact trained to provide that support to parents, identify, and then provide a referral system. In a similar way, Rwanda took a slightly different approach. They have a sort of an overarching model system for providing support to all different ministerial and different levels of government, from national to subnational, to provide that support. But here they, of course, looked at early childhood centers as almost like a one-stop shop where parents can access a lot of the support. So you see that in different ways there are governments addressing the same issue, but here the access is also provided through the actual area experts. So the primary health centers actually make themselves available to these ECD centers so that the expertise is not lost. We do face a lot of challenges as well in this process, and of course, one of the biggest, and I think, Suna, you alluded to that earlier, going to scale, even though these are national systems, it's still a challenge. And one of the biggest issues there is indeed the workforce development. When we are expecting pre-primary teachers to play a certain role on health systems, they need to know how to use a MOAC tape properly so that we are not getting incorrect readings, and then that can get multiplied several times. And then in order to also make sure that these systems are properly resourced, the basic financing issues that we face for early childhood do tend to be a challenge as well. Otherwise, we are replicating the same gaps that we have, especially for the most remote populations where access to services is already poor, and then we're not able to provide high-quality services, which indeed can help fill the gaps. So I think these are some of the challenges we do face in looking at national systems, but we are indeed moving in that direction.
Great, and thanks to hear some really practical kinds of examples. Perhaps I can just lead into the next point with just raising some personal experience of systems building in a World Bank project in Tajikistan, where there is a program being implemented for children from 0 to 6, actually beginning with maternal interventions, prenatal, postnatal care, the child growth and development monitoring, so a strong focus on health systems, but integrating into health systems a package on early stimulation, parenting support, and then, of course, the program that continues for older children to 3 to 6 into the education sector, but at the same time, again, with strong supports for nutrition and primary health care. This is well conceptualized in what is called the Tajikistan Basic Package for Early Childhood Development. This package is endorsed across ministries. There is a mechanism established at national level that is with representation on that council for ECD of all ministries and ministers involved, from health and sanitation through to education. It is chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Deputy First Minister of Finance. There is high-level visibility of political support. When it comes to implementation, it's a lot more tricky and challenging, because all of these ministries that are represented don't necessarily actually, outside of that council, talk with each other or have any way actually of ensuring that these commitments for the delivery of a single package is something that they're all engaged in together. So these issues of, is it a coordinated system? Is it an integrated system? Is it alongside each other? These are big questions that need to be thought about at national systems level. And they begin with political conversations and with buy-in to and support for policy. So I just wanted to bring us back to thinking about these issues which impact what's happening on the ground. But if we're not having this high-level conversation as well as the conversations about what are happening on the ground, how do we actually effectively bring the system together and make sure that, for example, the budget is there to support what needs to be happening on the ground? So I want to just hear a little bit more from the panel about their work and engagement at this kind of political level when we are thinking of national systems building. We will come just now to talking of vertical, horizontal, and local government. But for now, let's just, again, just think a little bit more around this issue of political buy-in, political support, and how we go about actually building that actively through our work with systems dynamics. Anyone from, I'm opening this to the panel, anyone who wants to jump in here. It's the hot potato.
I would give an example from the work of our network, very much along the line of what the panelists have shared. Each sector needs to do their job very well and needs to make sure that the workforce in the sector is well trained, supported, recognized. At the same time, from the national level policy across the different age groups, from birth until compulsory education or beyond, of course, there needs to be continuity and consistency, because the child has specific needs, whether they interact when getting born or later on with the home visitor or the nursery or the daycare, the whole trajectory until school. So ideally, from the policy, national policy level, there should be a unified vision of the child, and there should be a shared understanding. How do we view young children? How do we view families? How do we understand their needs? So in this regard, it's a process, and perhaps the only way to do that is precisely what we're doing in this panel today, exactly. Unpacking certain notions and agreeing together how do we ensure that continuity and consistency. Yeah. From our experience, for instance, and I would like to thank, she's probably not with us today, but Professor Ilgi Ertem is serving on an advisory board for one of our initiatives called Health Systems for ECD. And this is where our network, partnering with the UNICEF Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, our network serves as a catalyst to infuse a stronger development lens in the health system. And it's an initiative that it's only 1 year and several months old, but has an incredible following already and obviously fills a gap. And again, it's really about bridging the two sectors, bringing more from the early learning community and early development community into the health sector. How can the health sector also support that through what they're doing day by day?
Great, thank you. Suna, have you got any insights on this?
I mean, it is hard because without dwelling too much into it, there are certain barriers we're trying to row against, if you will. Political turnover, governments change. I liked how Hiro said, the moment you start interacting with any policymaker, you know you're not going to see them after 18 months. Yeah. So then how do you go around that? Priorities change. As Divya is saying, yes, there have been a lot of progress. As of date, 83 governments, you said, have been able to create these comprehensive multi-sectoral policies, but then how do we reflect that onto practice? We have two interlinked goals. We're trying to really change the policies on a legislation level, but then also we want them to reflect as programs that actually touch children's lives. So do we have time, or would you, I think you want to continue, or? Okay. Yeah. I can respond to the next one.
Okay, thank
you.
I just, of course, very quickly, chip in, yeah.
So human development is holistic. The way we've organized our societies is not. That is a structural challenge we will face every day in this field forever. And I think what we're hearing, I just want to pull up, in the places where it's working better, you have, this is not assigned to a particular sector, right? There is not the sector for early childhood, because early childhood is holistic. And so the more that this is a whole of government, senior political decision-making system and process that allows the different sectoral parts to do their job and to be accountable back to a shared set of objectives and goals, at least you're on a positive track here, I think, right? The places where we say, we'll give it to the Ministry of Education to coordinate across 5 other ministries, never works. And so I think that where are we giving opportunity, where's the political leadership, the all-of-government approach is where we tend to see places where this starts to get more traction, even given the challenges we've been talking about.
Absolutely. So thinking about this fragmentation that often sits, as James has just pointed out, across government for early childhood development, we also see the fragmentation down the system. So in terms of the kind of vertical implementation and prioritization of early years. Many governments in the world are deeply involved in devolution of power, in supporting the local government structures to be taking up responsibilities for certain services and service delivery. We've seen this happening a lot with early childhood development in a number of countries where there's increased responsibility placed on local government for service delivery, for employment of ECD staff, for financing, and so on. And so Liana, ISSA has done a lot of work with regard to the support for local government in its role in the early years. So I'm going to ask you to just start off with talking a little bit about that experience. What are some of the real successes that you've had? Because I know you've done great work, and perhaps some of the barriers. But if I can just say on a quick housekeeping point, we've been asked to cut our session short because we are running behind time on the program generally. So we're going to aim to finish by 11:20. This cuts our time short as a panel because I really want to get to the floor as well. So we're going to close just with this conversation and then open to the floor. I just wanted to say that so you're not all surprised suddenly that I sideswipe you. But please go ahead, Liana.
Thank you, Sherri. I'll start with a little story. Not long ago, I was in a similar meeting, a little smaller, and a keynote speaker from Finland, and we all look to Finland, right, to learn and to get inspired from, confessed that at the national level, they find it very challenging to work across sectors in ECD. And they're making progress, but they found it very challenging. And they have learned from their peers from the local level, where it was much easier, and actually lessons learned from the local level has informed at the higher national level. We found through our work using different programs, initiatives, using integrated approaches, and most recently using the Primo Kids approach developed by the Jacobs Foundation. Some of you may have heard. They have used it at scale in Switzerland and Germany, and it's an approach that supports municipalities to understand the needs of young children and their families and develop strategies, plans of action, and be more strategic as a result of going through the process. It's a phased approach. It begins by setting up a local action team that is not only cross-sectoral, education, health, social protection, but also involves other segments of the community, the arts, the media, the religious leaders, others in the community. And these local action teams come together, and the first thing they do is map their existing resources. They do a needs analysis by involving focus groups, interviewing parents, having their voices heard. And I visited quite a few of these municipalities. We already have now a learning community of cities that use this across 4 countries and dozens of cities using this. Walking into their room, it's led by the mayor, it's led by the local authorities. Joining one of their local action teams, literally we saw on the wall the map of the city and everything mapped out, where there are parks, where there are kindergartens, creches, medical services, home visiting services, parents groups, and they could immediately see the part of the city that had none of these, where the Roma community lived or where there was a refugee shelter. So even visually, for the local action team, this was a very powerful exercise. And as a result of working together, I should say we didn't fund this. The initiative comes just by providing the facilitator. And we embedded this notion of having a facilitated process from an external facilitator. And then it's the local government that finds the budget, designs the action plan. In fact, in many of the cities in Romania, Slovenia, now we work in Hungary, in Slovakia, also in Ukraine, we're starting now in areas that are not occupied. We see that in many of the cities, the strategy for ECD ended up in the local development strategy, which means they will have funding for it. And it also has the ownership and the commitment. And some of the principles underlying the process is this notion of vertical networking across the age groups and across the different services that children and families need from birth all the way up to primary school. So ensuring smooth transition with this vertical networking. But there's also the very important horizontal networking, which is across the different services. And this is what our network has as a shared purpose. Services and practices and systems that are of high quality, inclusive, and using integrated approaches. But in order to have this horizontal networking among pediatricians, home visitors, teachers, facilitators of playgroups, parenting programs, and so forth, we need to ensure, again, to your question, what do we mean? We need to ensure collaboration, cooperation, coordination, a lot of dialogue. But also, if you use the metaphor of an iceberg, what is underwater that we don't see are the values, the shared understanding, the pedagogical approaches, and so forth, that really are the impetus that make us do things, make decisions, design policies. And unless we unpack those values, how do we view our young children? What is our vision and dream for our young children? How do we see the young children as part of our prosperous, peaceful, cohesive society today and tomorrow? So we found, again, back to my first remarks, that we need a network mindset, and networks are really powerful. The network advantage is that as a network, also at the local level as a network, you can organize for greater impact. And especially in ECD, as both Hiro and James were stressing, ECD, early childhood development, belongs to everyone and to no one. And unless we are clear about our shared purpose, but also use this network mindset that allows us to address complexity, which is inherent in ECD, and then, again, as Hiro mentioned, it's even more complex. In fact, it can be chaotic in times of crisis, when you have 1 million refugees arriving in Poland, or what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Gaza. How do we keep the same focus on the needs of young children and their families, also in times of crisis? Again, we see that a network mindset helps, because no one organization, no one individual can achieve our vision for young children. I will end just by saying that some of the added values that this approach has used was, in fact, this very change of mindset. Interviewing mayors, they were saying, oh, we're very proud of all the kindergartens we rebuilt, and they even put crossroads so families don't have to go 2 kilometers to get to there. From small things to big things in the infrastructure, they were very proud. But they said, the most proud we are of this mind shift. We see now children with different eyes. And we think that this is possible only through a process. And again, using dialogue, using a participatory approach. And some of the challenges that we still face, of course, are resources. We try to address this in many ways by using existing resources. So for instance, if there is a need for parenting support program, they were using, for instance, the theater, which is empty during the day. So they were trying to see how to maximize the existing resources. But unfortunately, inequity still persists. We are still fighting a siloed approach, also at the local level. So political will is the most important thing that we need to ensure, and I will end with this. All the cities that we have and currently are working in, we can only do it if there is this political will from the mayor's level.
Great, thanks, Liana. Those really inspiring insights, actually. I'm going to open to the floor now, and unfortunately our time is cut so short, so we're not going to have the kind of interaction we'd hoped for. But let's see if there are any questions or inputs from the floor. I'm going to ask at this point if we can take 3, and then let's see how we go in terms of time. So do we have any people on the floor who want to ask any questions or make any inputs to the panel? Don't see anyone.
If not, we can continue. If not, we can continue.
Okay, going, gone. Doesn't look like at this stage. Maybe we're all still just warming up to a new event. Hopefully the levels of interaction will increase as you get more comfortable with being here. So I'm going to then move on to a closing question for the panel. These challenges that many countries are facing that we've alluded to in this group as well, that relate to equity and quality and access in the early years, and the massive levels of fragmentation that we're facing in terms of systems coherence and program delivery. Do you think, or how do you think, adopting this kind of multi-sectoral mindset and approach can begin to shift some of these big policy dilemmas and questions at national and, of course, at grassroots level, because fundamentally it's children and families we're wanting to reach. So perhaps you could just, on a positive note, share with us your thoughts on that contribution that this could make.
Thank you.
May I?
And open. Divya, please go ahead.
Actually, that's a very important question. And I think in an adaptive strategy of working with governments, and at all levels, this is not just national level, but also at subnational, local levels, meeting countries where they are, to borrow the phrase from our keynote speaker, meeting countries where they are towards progressively realizing universal services and support for children, but starting wherever we are, and then progressively working towards that, I think is one of the important things. And to address the equity issues, it is really important that local stakeholders and specific interest groups are engaged and involved in the process. We, in fact, find that engaging the diversity of stakeholders under government stewardship is a very important aspect of this process. Very often countries set up working groups, or they may be given different names. In fact, we have a very good example from Guinea, where they had set up, and actually in Uganda as well, there are interministerial working groups which look at the national level, and then at the subnational level, that kind of structure is replicated so that the different approaches that are discussed and formalized at that high upstream level, in fact, are also replicated and they are worked on. The transfer of learning and lessons that inform our work going forward goes both ways. It's not only top-down coming from the ministries, but in fact, the lessons we learn from local implementation very much go up as well. And my final point, I was really interested, Liana, what you said about looking at local leaders. One of the issues that is really powerful is the parents and communities themselves, because they are the ones who will ultimately take this child for the health issues, for the health services, provide that pre-primary education. So empowering parents to play their role, not only to do the kind of support we want for the children at home, but also connecting the child with the different services is really powerful. And again, I'm reminded of one of the approaches we used in Uganda, where faith-based organizations are very deeply entrenched and engaged in this whole process of education, primary school as well as pre-primary education. And we managed to work with 3 of the most prolific faith groups. And their weekly sermons actually had messages being given to the communities in their own language, in their own way, of the kind of key family care practices that are important for children. And in this case, it was the kind of family practices you have to care for the sick child were actually expanded to not only cover different sectoral interventions, but also to cover the life course. So children right from the pregnancy stage and right on to the adolescent stage. So that was the kind of synergy that was brought about. And religious leaders, cultural leaders are very powerful communicators who can really take the communities forward with us. So those were some of the lessons we have found quite powerful. Of course, work is still in progress, and we will continue to work on that.
Great, thank you.
I will add briefly, it follows very nicely after what Divya shared. We need to also keep in mind the role of the workforce in this process. We haven't mentioned today much about that. And again, using this lens of integrated approaches, we also find that bringing the workforce from different sectors together also helps in building that shared understanding and ensuring the continuity also across sectors. And I would like to give an example that is being now rolled out across the region and beyond. Another partnership we had with UNICEF, a set of a resource package for home visitors. It's called Supporting Families for Nurturing Care. We now have about 24 modules. In most of our countries, the home visitors come from the health sector. So this particular training resource package empowers the home visitors to move away from that 100% medical lens and to also enrich their skills and knowledge and abilities to look at children learn through play, stigma, discrimination, communicating with parents, and many other areas that mostly you would find in the education sector. But it really enriched the home visitors. And we coupled this effort also with a home visiting system needs assessment tool, which we developed through our workforce initiative. And what was new was that we gave, through the needs assessment process, we gave voice to the home visitors themselves. How do they see the system? How do they see their role, their new role with this integrated lens? And together, again, with the local authorities, national authorities, designing ways to improve the home visiting service delivery. So again, I'm pleading also for paying attention to the workforce. They play a crucial role in reaching quality in the kind of competence systems we would like to achieve.
Thanks, Liana. Any last words, James?
Yeah, I want to pick up actually that we've talked about both the opportunity and challenge of the holistic nature of development. So when we look at integration, when we look at trying to address these kinds of challenges, the opportunity is that there could be champions for this work anywhere. Yes. And part of what we have to do, I think, is start to understand that trying to build one giant thing, you touched on this, one giant thing all at once is so hard. And so we have to build on the wins. And how do we start to build what I might call a win-win-win way of telling the story of what we're doing with voices that are often not the voices heard, which is where the workforce comes in, where parents come in. And so how do we start to understand that who's talking, how they understand their role in doing something that's fundamental for human society to thrive and survive, which is raising the next generation, and the importance of families. And good politicians pay attention because families vote. That's right. And the more concrete that the experience of these programs and services that people can tell stories in their own life about is a good politics strategy as much as a good service and program outcome strategy. So I think, how do we look at building on what we're doing and bringing in the way of different voices in the systems to talk about what's changed, what's better, and those voices can be anywhere. And so I think those are the kinds of things that help us get through the paralysis of the complexity and the building on success. And it comes from vesting stakeholders as credible, as respected, and as valued parts of this collective effort to ensure that our children get on a healthy developmental pathway.
Excellent input, thank you.
I will add on to that, and I will say that going forward as a global ECD community, we have to get a bit more political. We can't just rely on our technical expertise. Like technical evidence-based expertise, we have to push that forward, but with it, at the same time, we have to understand and systematize strategies that have distinct political, understand distinct political dimensions. It is political. Yes. When you said champions, it reminded me with Plan International in Cambodia and Tanzania, one of the reasons we've been able to have this collaborative partnership and relationship with different, with the ministries is because there have been behind the curtain policymakers who were informal champions of ECD. So that really definitely worked. But there is a significant political acumen that plays into it. That collaborative leadership. We need to have shared goals and coordination across sectors. Maybe one way is that the world has really picked up on population and systems level data collection and measurement. It has picked up, but we need to do more of it so that on the baseline we can have some shared goals and understand where we're trying to go. And I guess I will definitely second Hiro's comments on we need to have a systems approach, especially for organizations like ourselves who are attempting to work in a multi-sectoral approach, take multi-sectoral actions, where there's some lack of political will. We need that systems approach, and we need to get a bit more Machiavelli, if you will, about our work.
Great. So thanks everyone. We sort of come to the end of our panel. If in closing, I could just highlight perhaps one point for me, that is systems are about human beings.
Yes.
They're led by human beings for human beings. And very often when we are engaged in talking about systems, I mean the point around champions, around who leads, who really embeds thinking and so on, are really important things to be considering. I have the privilege in Tajikistan of working with the Deputy First Minister of Finance, who is actually the director of the World Bank project. What's really beneficial is he's a young father. And as a young father, he's deeply committed to the needs of young children in his country. This personal take has a massive influence on his political orientation. And as a senior person in finance and in determining what happens with budgets, this is a real win for anyone involved in ECD. So don't forget the personal stories. Don't forget the leaders are people too. And sometimes your best points of engagement are with them as people. So systems begin and end with people. Thanks so much for your listening to us today. Thanks so much to my panel for great inputs and great contributions. It's been a real privilege to share the session with each of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you.
Thank you,
Sherri.
Panelistlerimizden anlayışları için teşekkür ediyoruz. Süreyi kısaltmak durumunda kaldık.
For their understanding, we had to cut the session short. We will now kindly ask you to invite you here. We would like to kindly ask you to come here for a session photo while we set up the stage for the next session.
Değerli konuklar,
Distinguished guests, I now would like to invite Yankı Yazgan, from Yale University, who will be the moderator of the next session. This will be a conversation with Pruett from Yale School of Medicine. I would like to invite both our speaker and the moderator.
Sefa geliyor değil mi? Herkese merhaba. Biz bir yandan yerleşip bir yandan konuşmaya başlayalım.
Good morning. Given the time constraints, let us immediately start into this conversation. And at the same time, we're taking our seats on the stage, and we have the mission to complete this conversation in 15 minutes so that we are not deprived of our coffee.
Ben de İngilizce konuşmaya çalışacağım.
I'll be speaking in English.
Ready.
Yes, wonderful. I'm so excited. I don't know what to say. So it's both an excitement, pleasure, and honor to share the stage with you, Kyle Pruett. Kyle is, who is a former attending where I did my residency at Yale New Haven Hospital, and he's, but more than that, a mentor, a friend, a great support. So I just cannot find the right words to say, but he's a child psychiatrist by training, and he has so many numerous accomplishments, but what I would like to emphasize for the sake of this talk is he's been a voice for the need for fostering the emotional and social development of young children during their early years. And he has done this through scholarly work, media. He had his own TV show on Lifetime Cable, or he has sat on the boards of several philanthropic foundations, including the Sesame Street or the Alberta Family Wellness Initiative. And he has contributed to the field through many channels, and that shows his versatility. And today we'll talk about especially the two main issues. One would be the early child development and peace, the connection, and how ECPC is approaching that. And the second will be his work with his wife and very well-known scholar Marcia Pruett on fathers and co-parenting, and these will be two major themes. So I think I need to make a point about how ECD, early childhood development and peace, was connected in our minds, because I think we owe that, even we owe being here around that concept, to Aisha and Özin, who hasn't been able to attend that meeting today, but she's the co-founder of AÇEV, and she, with Hüsnü Bey, her husband, and she has not committed only like financial resources, etc., but she has committed huge emotional resources to AÇEV, and I think and she has been, and that's how I came to know her, and she has been hand in hand with her longtime friends like Professor Sevda Bekman, Professor Çiğdem Kağıtçıbaşı, who are also, fortunately, scholars in the field, to contribute to the lives of children and their parents and whoever work with them. I think, and that dedication has helped several other ideas flourish under AÇEV's umbrella. That one of them is peace. How come peace is associated with early childhood development? I think that's the first time I heard about it was from Aisha Hanım's. She called me one day, and Yankı Bey, I want to do something linking early childhood development and peace. I don't have many supporters to that idea right now, but I believe you may understand me, kind of thing. And he said, why did you think of that? And she had attended a meeting, I think kind of a celebration of graduation from one of the father support groups. And a woman approached her during that meeting, after the meeting, dragging her husband along. And she said, Aisha Hanım, she said, thank you. And with her politeness, oh, of course, and that's rica ederim and that kind of thing. But the woman continued. She said, I thank you because he attended this course, this activity. You brought peace to our home. That was the trigger. That was how the idea of connecting ECD and peace came to her mind. And then I introduced her, okay, I don't know much about that, but I know people who are experts on thinking about peace, early childhood, parental bond. First, I introduced her to Jim Lackman, a very close friend of both of ours, and Kyle Pruett, and then things followed. So let's begin with the piece and ECPC. Would you tell us about ECPC? What is it?
I'd be happy to, Yankı, but I'm so full of things I want to talk about first, thanks to Hiro and the panel that just been, and I know we have not a lot of time, but I want to focus our minds for just a moment before I talk about peace. Why are you here? What got you interested in the early years? Why do you care? You are a minority in the behavioral world, and yet you are an incredibly important one. For me, I got interested in psychiatry because I bounced off pediatrics. I came back to really understanding human behavior was the goal for me. And I was working with adolescents who are such a remarkably naked period of development in which so many things that shape us are alive and well. But I was discouraged about the effects that I and my interventions were having on these relatively old people. And thinking that way brought me eventually to the newborn nursery. My feeling and thought about that has not changed. And although I'm interested in paternal engagement, I'm interested in other things, my heart and my mind are most woven together most tightly around infancy in the early years. And that's why I was drawn very naturally to what AÇEV had set out to do. And it has been an enormous privilege to be part of it. When I was listening to Hiro talk about networking and how many ways you have to come at this issue, it has been something that's guided my own life into some rather unusual places, like television studios and political conferences. And I had the opportunity, an American journalist by the name of Peter Jennings had asked me if I would come the Saturday after September 11th happened.
Yeah.
And be part of a town meeting that the network wanted to do. He said, because we're all concerned about not only the children who are watching this, but what's happening to the children around it. And I think we need to be so open to those invitations. I was criticized for doing it, because what could a child psychiatrist have to say in a situation of such horrendous, chaotic moment in the lives of so many tens of thousands and eventually millions of people. And I wondered about that while I was taking the train down myself. But once I was in the room with those children and those families, it became very clear to me what I could possibly talk about and do. So that's our burden, it's the opportunity. And when the doors open, you have to be ready to jump through. And it may not be a door you were expecting in the least. You were planning for this door to open. And that's what the proposal was about over here. But this door opened first, and maybe there's some people there that are really going to be moved by what you have to say. So that's kind of where I'm, part of why I have to express my excitement. Or
I think that's wonderful. You're just giving a wonderful advice. Take the first bus arriving. So just get on the bus and go wherever you take.
I also wanted to say something about Dr. Yazgan, who was at one point in my life my student, and now he is one of my teachers. And I feel deeply honored to be in this circle of creativity and purpose and value. So Yankı, you ask about the Early Childhood Peace Building Consortium, or the ECPC Early Child Peace Consortium. It is 10 years old. It began with a network of like-minded but very differently trained individuals. Everything from diplomats to developmental psychologists, psychiatrists, pediatricians, teachers. Philanthropy was present. We'll never have enough. But it was all part of a growing concern about how we were not getting the message to the right people about the importance, frankly, of the first 1,000 days of life. We know they last forever. Really. The way that the central nervous system grows, the rapidity with which neuronal connections are made based on early experience is astounding. And once you begin to talk with people about the importance of that early experience, what do you want to do with it? What can you do in those early years that will frankly decrease the appetite for violence in the world? That was what the ECPC was drawn together to discuss and promote, and frankly, to market.
Yeah.
Bad word in academia, but you just heard Hiro talk about marketing at a very sophisticated level, and that's what we're doing with our ideas and with the evidence bases that we have. The Early Years Project from Ireland, the remarkably creative attention to the well-being of children on both sides of the border after the Good Friday Accords. Examples from the Shafiq Masala, our colleague, Palestinian colleague from East Jerusalem. He and his wife put together a school that was half Jewish and half Arab that starts at birth and goes through high school. And the stories from that experience are guiding us to say, why aren't we able to use our experience to shape decision-making in ways that would build the social competence that comes from being loved and cared for in the first 1,000 days. Not just that, but also how you become a problem solver. And if those first 1,000 days are full of chaos and pain and sorrow and hate and anger and violence, it is unlikely that there will be the emergence of an appetite for peace. And it fuels some of our attempts at policymaking when we can get people to listen to us. One of the conversations going on now in the organization is, given what's happening in Gaza and Ukraine and many other places around Myanmar, around the world, if we're going to help families sustain their young children's growing ability, do we have to wait until the chaos is over and then move in? Well, remember what I said about the 1,000 days? They have what they have. And so our efforts need to be focused even on these areas of conflict and not suspend education and not suspend the support for families with very young children because they need it more than ever. And yet there's quite an argument going on in the relief community about, well, is it safe to do that? How can you do it? How can you support families? And we have been fairly successful in thinking about how to do that thanks to evidence-based. Many of those efforts, by the way, are digital, and which calls into question our undying belief on the importance of relationships as the central focus for intervention. Well, there aren't enough of us. There will never be enough of us. The workforce will, as I think Suna represented so clearly in the little bit of her distress about what's happening in the workforce. We had a number of programs and interventions that were obviously threatened by COVID.
Yep.
And one of the things that we learned to do during COVID, and this is some of the research that Marcia and I did, we have an intervention where we reduce the risk of neglect and abuse in families by doing something that's just remarkably simple, but is rarely done: positively engage fathers in the lives of their very young children. We did that. COVID comes along and says, wow, we can't be doing this in person anymore. What can we do individually? And so we began hybrid use of online programming, reinforced by occasional face-to-face meetings. And we were surprised at the ongoing efficacy of the intervention. And I know many of us who have been raised in the person-to-person is the source of our own therapeutic efforts. We have these wonderful new tools now that we can control and use and need not to be afraid of, because we were able to extend the reach of our positive engagement by occasionally having sessions online with families and couples, which they took to, frankly, more easily than we did. because we were full of our doubts. They needed the help. They did not care. It was better than nothing. And then it turned out to be something rather positive for them. So ECPC is a global effort. It is a very interesting transition itself. You know, 10-year-olds are ready for change. We're ready for change, partly because it has been largely an academic institution, which it needed to be in order to produce the material that we recently presented at the UN quite effectively. And so now what is the next question? So ECPC is facing some interesting challenges as it moves into its middle years.
Yeah. So, and I think it's at a critical point whether it will survive or thrive, and it will depend on the kind of resources it will have access to, and at the same time, developmental needs of children, especially in the conflict zones, the clock doesn't stop there; it continues to tick.
Precisely.
And there are so many things to be done before you know, waiting the ending of the conflict, which may not be likely. So, and digital resources also may be an important.
We also are very aware of the networking that not only needs to be done, but the networking that has not been helpful. Because very often we are networking with people who take for granted the importance of the early years and don't really understand it. That's where the biological conversations turn out to be very helpful, because you can get quite a ways convincing somebody that your brain will never grow again as fast as it is in these very small people. And what we pour into that experientially for those children will be what you see as in the course of an adult's life. So what are we doing? Pouring nothing but violence and hatred and poor nutrition into people that we hope are going to help us run a better world. It's so bankrupt. But you need the science to sort of say, you know, it's not just here's why it's a destructive thing to be doing, and you don't have to be doing it. There were things we can be doing. That was the other thing I felt about Hiro's talk. If we got up to number 10, I was sort of thinking, God, this can be discouraging. The point is not to lose hope ever in this work, because there's no reason to lose hope. We're dealing with growing human beings who can repair a remarkable number of things in their own experience.
Yeah. I think peace and hope are also, you know, twins which cannot be separated, and that's why I think we should keep hope up. But I just want to spend the last 2 minutes on the issue that you are also known as expert for, the fathering, and I know that you emphasize the role of the mothers in making fathers do better fathering. So would you make a comment about the most important issues in fatherhood projects?
The most important variable that indicates whether a father will be positively engaged in the life of his child is whether his partner thinks it's a good idea. She has such control over the well-being of that child, she could not even tell him he's the father, and he would never know. So, paternal engagement engaged me like it did, I think Lata was talking about some young minister who was a young father. By the way, it's startling how many men ignore their fathering as they make policies that affect human beings. That would be one of the awareness things I would be very interested in doing, because it changes the needle in terms of how far they are willing to challenge existing systems. Would you do it for your children? Would you do it for your constituents? Would you do it for your children? I got really interested because I noticed in pediatric care, home visiting, all of our interfaces with young families, the fathers were highly marginalized, not on purpose. We have so much work to do with the mother, we can't possibly take on her needs right now. And so he just drifts further and further into the chief seats. That is of deep concern to his child. May not be to the mother, but children are born with great interest in the partners that their mothers choose to either create them or raise them with. And so I began to see this as a wasted opportunity By not engaging the father, you not only are leaving the mother without support, you're also extinguishing the innate interest the child has in the father or the fathering partner in the family. And when you positively engage men in the lives of these young children, they become more powerful advocates for peace and nonviolence. Because one of the things we notice is that men, once they have children and attend to their child's needs, nurture them, they themselves become less aggressive and less violent, particularly in communal settings.
That's what science tells, and that's what we observe.
Science. So my job has been to sort of take attachment theory and say, well, that didn't quite explain everything. There are a lot of very positive things brought into children who have engaged dads are often more interested in novel exploration. They do better in school. They are less aggressive in their own problem solving when they have had fathering. They are also more likely to be less polarized in their gender identities. So masculinity turns out to be a less toxic thing in a son who has been raised by a nurturing father. All of those things fit with the Early Child Peace Consortium. And so I know Hiro is conducting some very interesting work on men in refugee camps. So we have more and more science that is telling us, make your programming co-parenting focused, not simply maternal focused. And the fathering support programs that are run, if they do not engage at some level a conversation between the father and the father will feel a lot better about what he's doing, but it's not going to really improve his relationship with his child over a period of time. Those programs end at 6 weeks. You don't see anything at a year. It's gone. But if you've engaged the mother, you see it at 2 years and beyond. So that's the secret. Parenting, paternal engagement, absolutely, but paternal engagement that is either approved by, supported by, or supportive with the mother is the bang for the buck.
So that's what co-parenting is about.
That's what co-parenting is about.
And that's the term you and Marcia coined very, wonderfully. And so I think there's a lot to hear from you, and probably people will catch up during the coffee break and during the time you will spend tomorrow. And I think we are all honored to have you here.
Thank you, good friend.
Wonderful.
Thank you. It's been
Thank you.
wonderful to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Pruett.
Değerli sohbet için konuklarımıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Bir küçük fotoğraf çekimi için sizi sahnede ağırlamaya devam edeceğiz. Değerli konuklar, saat 12:10'a kadar sürecek olan molamızın ardından tekrar burada bir arada olacağız. İkinci panelimiz için bir araya geleceğiz. Konuklar, erken çocukluk dönemindeki çocuklar için destekleyici ve sağlıklı ev ortamlarını yeniden nasıl şekillendirebiliriz? Başlıklı panelimizin moderatörü, Yale Child Study Center öğretim üyesi Angelica Pontuga'yı, panel katılımcıları
Yale University's Angelica Pontuga. Our panelists are Professor Aisha Yousoufzai from Harvard University, from Grand Challenges Canada, Senior Director Fawad Akbari, from Ecumundo, Wessel van der Berg, and from Koç University, Professor Nazlı Baydar. I would like to invite our speakers and panelists.
Hello, I'm Wessel. Okay. Nice to meet you. They've said it for 1 hour.
Let almost everybody back in the room.
Evet, sanırım herkes salona geri döndü.
Will we get started? Yeah? Okay. So, welcome everybody to this session, which I'm very privileged to chair. And I would like for us to just take a moment and reflect where we are at in this moment in history. So if we think about where we are now, we are 20 years from the adoption of the Millennium Development Goals. We are about halfway into the Sustainable Development Goals. And as we've heard today, although much has been accomplished, we have still a lot of work to do. Because as we all know, indeed, the conditions that every child deserves in order to thrive are yet to be met. So we also are living, as we're going to hear this afternoon, in a context of polycrises, climate change, conflict, etc. However, we are also living in a very unique time in history. Humanity is moving at a pace that I don't believe we've moved at in any period before. Artificial intelligence, what we know about technology, neuroscience, all of this together truly demonstrates the potential of humanity to overcome what might seem like an unseemingly unsurmountable challenge, right? Or seemingly unsurmountable challenge. So we can do this, and this is precisely what we're here, right? Is to remind us that we have the knowledge, that we have a lot of answers, and yet a lot of questions. So I think part of the framing for the exercise today, at least in this panel, is we know that the next iteration of the new goals is somewhere to be adopted in 2030. And this is currently being discussed in the context of the Summit for the Future, and we're going to be learning more about this. So we think that these moments right now of reflection and of learning are really, really crucial so that we, a small but mighty and strong community of ECD researchers, specialists, policymakers can rally around this opportunity that's in front of us. So part of what we want to do is gather this knowledge and create this coalition so that we ensure that early childhood development is at the center of new sustainable solutions and not just one part of the bigger picture. That, we believe, should be the goal. With the expertise of our panelists here, we're actually going to address one important area of early childhood development, if not the most, which is the home environment. So I'm going to start with quick introductions. You will see that throughout today's discussion, we're going to have connective themes and topics, but we're going to really pick everybody's brain through their expertise. And this is what I'm going to tell you about. What is it that our esteemed panelists are most known for, although they're very diverse in their backgrounds. So Dr. Aisha Yousoufzai specializes in child and adolescent health and development, particularly among those in highly disadvantaged communities. A lot of you probably know her research, which focuses on designing, implementing, and evaluating interventions to mitigate the impact of early diversity on child's development. She's one of the world experts on examining multi-component interventions and how they impact child well-being. Her work in rural Pakistan, among others, is truly a landmark for our field in how to integrate, coordinate different systems for holistic child development. Dr. Nazli Baydar is a scholar whose research encompasses both basic and applied developmental science, both in the US and Turkey. Her basic research focuses on normative cognitive and behavioral development for early childhood to adolescence, utilizing nationally representative longitudinal data. Among many other accomplishments, she's currently engaged in youth-led intervention for early adolescence, along with trauma-informed version tailored for children in a region of Turkey affected by recent earthquake. Dr. Baydar is going to be talking to us a little bit about, or quite a bit about, artificial intelligence in the context of home and child development, so we're really thrilled to have her here. Dr. Wessel Vandenberg, his journey began 2 decades ago as a dedicated kindergarten teacher with a wealth of experience nurturing young minds. He later embraced parenthood, gaining invaluable insights while raising a daughter and a son. In 2011, he ignited the Men Care Global Fatherhood Campaign. So this is a beautiful follow-up to our last conversation, witnessing its remarkable expansion across the globe. His passion for advocacy was also evident in his pivotal role in the successful prohibition of corporal punishment in South Africa, a cause that he continues to champion by advocating for enhanced parental leave policy. So a lot of what we've been talking about here from a conceptual model, we're really going to see Wessel tell us about in practice. And last but not least, Dr. Fawad Akbari is a pediatrician whose expertise extends far beyond medical practice. With a background in pediatric medicine, he has led pivotal roles at Aga Khan Foundation, where his focus on strategic early childhood development initiatives has made a significant impact locally in countries like Afghanistan as well as globally. He's currently serving as the Senior Director at Grand Challenges Canada, blending humanitarian efforts with child development. So his work and his vision for funding and supporting the next generation of programs is certainly crucial. I have to say that also his passion for ECD is not only professional but deeply personal, as he proudly nurtures 5 thriving daughters. Okay, so I think that their brief description speaks for itself. Their unique blend of expertise, again, hopefully is going to lead us to actionable strategies moving forward. And as I said, we're going to explore 3 cost-cutting themes that we thought were really relevant, and I've been glad to hear through the morning sessions a lot of these already being positioned. So our cost-cutting themes are going to be, of course, the state of the evidence, what we know, what we don't know in terms of home environments for young children, where they're going to move into the role and the insights, in particular with regards to partnership and coalitions, again, through these different perspectives. And hopefully, if time is our ally today, we'll be able to then sort of leave you with lessons learned from a systems change perspective, right? So how from these vantage points, what we know now can truly, from those perspectives, drive systems change. So without further ado, let's get started then in our issue with, on evidence. What do we know? What do we need to know? And I'm going to start with Dr. Aisha Yousoufzai. So Aisha, your landmark work in program evaluation has been critical to the understanding of properties of home-based programs at scale. Based on your recent years of work, what do you consider are the key gaps and the key findings about truly what works for the promotion of healthy home environments for young children?
Great. Thank you, Angie. So I think we're in an excellent place in the early childhood development community in the sense of we have many, many packages that have been evaluated, that we know work to promote and support caregivers and promote and support young children's development. But the global challenge that's really ahead of us now is how do we ensure that those packages serve many more children better and that they serve young children more equitably. And I think that we need to be able to unlock the power of the data that's at our disposal, as well as unlocking the power of the incredibly rich professional practice experience that's within this room and more globally. And we do this in 2 areas. The first is in adaptation, and the second is in quality. So when I think about adaptation, I think generally we all do very well adapting programs so that they're a cultural fit, so that there's a good language fit. But perhaps what we do less well and what we need to pay more attention to is, are we really aligning these programs, tailoring the programs when we adapt them to the population and to the context? And that's where systems thinking really comes into its own. So, for example, if I'm working in a community with high levels of food insecurity, perhaps that's something my home visiting program doesn't address. But I should be able to know that the home visitor is aware of what connections there are, formal supports there are within the community to help link what I'm promoting around her care and nurturing for young children with services that are able to address the food insecurity in the household. Or if we're working in communities with intergenerational trauma, with high levels of risk for caregivers' depressive symptoms, are we really sure that we can bundle in more components into the parenting program that is feasible for the home visitor to deliver, that they're well equipped to deliver, and that are being managed by the parents to take on board? So I think paying attention to those risk profiles is really critical. And the second is quality. And I think I look to the early childhood education community, and we have a lot more understanding, both in terms of structural and process quality, about what that looks like. But if you were to ask me today, define what a good quality home visiting or a good quality parenting program looks like, I'd be hard-pressed to really define it, whether it's group sessions, clinic sessions, or one-to-one home visiting sessions. And so I think we need to pay attention to very basic elements of quality like structure. I don't think we could really say this is the right dose. And again, it's going to vary based on the risk that an individual household is facing or an individual community is facing. But we certainly haven't unlocked the richness of the data from evaluations to say, okay, what can we really learn about dose? But the other is process quality. And as child development communities, we understand there's an important relationship between children and their caregivers, but that relationship continues between caregivers and the home visitor and the supervisor. But we don't often know how to measure that well. We have an understanding that that relationship is important, so we can't really help then improve the quality of a parenting program if we can't pinpoint what those components look like. And the last piece that I'll mention is accountability. And this goes back to some of the discussions about the system that we had this morning in the opening presentation and panel. And really, when I think about some of the places I work, while if I look at a health sector, I'll be able to tell you what proportion of children are vaccinated, I won't have indicators in the health system necessarily or the social protection system that will tell me how well we are serving young children when it comes to them thriving, when it comes to their care and their development through these home visiting parents programs. So I think these pieces collectively will help us advance.
Wonderful. Thank you, Aisha. And on that note, we're going to continue this conversation of evidence now in the context of fathers and the role of fathers. And so I'm going to pass it on to Wessel, who I believe is going to start his answer to this question with a video. So let's first play the video. It'll give you some context, and then we're going to go back with the question and address it. So on to the video, please.
A minha mãe, uma vez, quando ele bateu na porta, minha mãe abriu, ele estava alcoolizado, estava bêbado, e deu um soco. Tinha que mostrar que ele era homem.
Mbese abanza kuvuga ati niba umwohereje ku ishuri kikaba ikindi kibazo. nkumva cya gikomere cyanjye kirazamutse.
පිරිමියාය මේම තමයි ඉන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ගේනුගේ වැඩ කරන්න කොහොමද අකමැත්තේනේ. ඒ වුණාට මට මම අම්බ කරලා දෙනවා. එයා ගෙදර ඉඳලා කරනවා. ඒ ඔක්කොම එයා බලාගයි.
Eu ficava dentro do meu quarto, digamos assim, trancado, isso aqui ninguém mexe. A partir daquele momento ali, eu vendo a história de cada aquilo ali me serviu para que eu pudesse ser curado daquilo.
මට ඉස්සරලාම පොඩ්ඩක් ලැජ්ජ වුණා. මේ මාස 3ෙම ගියා වගේ. වෙන එකක් මගේ තුල එඟට ආවා වගේ දැනුණා.
Ufite umukobwa we yimubuye buryo nyamara n'umukobwa wanjye. Nkumva ni ibintu nawe bimushimye kuba yarahindutse bifite umusaruro ushimishije.
Essa ferramenta é poderosa diante de uma comunidade de transformação. Ela não vem de um monte, ela vem pingo, pingo, pingo. Então torna aquele rio forte.
Thank you, Wessel, for that beautiful image. So now you have a little bit of context for the next question, which is, in the backdrop of this movement, what positive changes have Ekimundo and Men Care seen in men and fatherhood recently, and what factors drive or hinder these changes in individual, family, and societal roles?
Thanks so much, Angie. And the first change I actually noticed was that that movie is a bit outdated. It's not 25 countries, it's 65 countries, actually. So the film is about 10 years old, actually. And since then, the organizations that are members of Men Care have continued with their work in many contexts. In terms of positive changes that we've seen, and I think remaining challenges, the first one, based on the State of the World's Fathers report, we've done 5 of them, and the most recent one came out in 2023. It was a population survey with respondents, men and women, most of them parents, in 17 countries, one of them Turkey, in fact, is that not only our research, but other studies are showing that men are seeming to do more care work, particularly more child care work. So there is a move in the right direction. Men are certainly saying they are, and their partners are saying that they are. In Turkey, the number, just for interest, was that men reported doing 2.5 hours of childcare per day, and women were reporting doing 4 hours of childcare per day. So the gap remains. There's a lot of work to be done, but there is a step in the right direction. The second one is that we are seeing policy responses improve to support men's caregiving. And I'll speak a little bit later about this in greater detail, but the one that jumps out at us is the increase in the number of countries that are offering parenting leave for fathers. We have seen since, in fact, in the last 30 years, thinking about AÇEV's 30-year celebration, in the last 30 years, the countries have gone from only 45 to 125 countries that offer some form of parenting leave for fathers. So workplaces and governments are changing. The problem is that it's minuscule, it's a day, it's compliant with other structures, it's not sufficient, nor is it high quality. And then just following on from the conversation before the tea break, a change that we are also seeing in the policy-making spaces, particularly in Parliament or in Congress, is that there is this recognition of care policies from a personal perspective. So in the US, some of you might have heard of the Dad's Caucus. And we've started to work with the Dad's Caucus. It's a bipartisan group of politicians who are recognizing that their role as fathers has bearing on their policy-making decisions. We also see this in other countries. We do quite a lot of work with the Interparliamentary Union, and increasingly we are deliberately working on combining evidence with empathy and actually seeing the people who are making policies as living in care networks themselves.
Amazing, wonderful. So thank you, Wessel, for that. We're going to continue on the topic of evidence, but now we're going to switch gears to something that's really important, contemporary, interrelated, which is artificial intelligence. So this question is for Nazli. Nazli, what do we know about how artificial intelligence impacts early childhood development, especially in the home environment? And what areas do you consider need more attention right now?
Thank you. The question is rather easy to answer because there is literally no research in integration of artificial intelligence-powered entities, whether embodied that has a shape or in the shape of, Alexa. We have no idea how that integration into the home life of that entity influences children. I can quickly summarize for us what we know. What we know is, number one, how children perceive AI agents, entities. So until at about age 7 to 9, researchers couldn't quite decide it. I mean, there's very few, and some say it is 7 years, some say it is 9 years. Until that age, children perceive AI agents as humans. So as far as we are concerned, in early childhood, children view them as human agents with human agency in emotions, in skills, in knowledge, and in ethics, which is scary. The experience that we have is limited use of AI agents in educational settings. For example, to teach children multiplication. So really limited purpose agents, sometimes robotic, sometimes not. And they have been tried in a variety of settings with children who have autism. And it has been found that children with autism actually prefer to interact with AI agents to unfamiliar humans, probably because they are predictable. But that only concerns a very limited group of children. There is only one study that has dealt with the AI-moderated parent-child interaction. Scary, if you think about that. So the parent and child are supposed to communicate, and AI agent is moderating that. And that was for math talk with children, school-age children. And it has been found that AI moderation indeed increased the parents' math talk. So you might think that, oh, well, this might be good, because we might then maybe ask the AI agents or program the AI agents to read to children, for example. But if we think about this a little bit more deeply, we might find that the children's perception of their parents change when the agency in an interaction is delegated to an AI entity as opposed to the agency of the parent. So that, to me, is a serious concern that we should probably worry about. So there are no home-based studies that are anywhere close to long-term, meaning 2 or 3 days, maybe 2 weeks, but none of these on a large scale and home-based. The studies are very small, and they are usually conducted by AI engineers so that it can be used for product development as opposed to for studying developmental change. The AI engineers are really not very interested in control groups. So there aren't studies that have control groups. The question probably in the future, in the near future, that we must address is what role does the AI entity take in the home and in the family? Is that going to be a babysitter? And that's a scary thought. And think about what happened when the television penetrated our homes. What happened is that it was used as a babysitter. And that didn't even interact with the children. And the children were quite happy to be planted in front of them for hours at a time. And AI agents may actually move about, follow the children, have a flexible a repertoire of interactions, and they might interact with the parents as well as with the children. They might be left alone with the children. So what is that role going to be? Are they going to have a child's voice? Are they going to have an adult voice? Are they going to be like a peer? Are they going to be sometimes like a peer and sometimes like an adult? These are really serious questions regarding that potentially influence children's development. And I find that if we don't act really soon, we are going to let AI engineers decide for us. And do you really want your child's socialization agent to be an AI engineer? And the other thing that we really need to think about is how the children are going to view these agents. Are they going to view them as almost like a slave? We can turn them off, we can turn them on, we can charge them, we cannot charge them, we can kick them, we can be mean to them. And so what are the children going to learn in interacting with these agents? And think about 14 months ago, exactly 14 months ago, we did not have ChatGPT. And think during those last 14 months how higher education has changed, even high school education, even middle school education. The middle school children say that they never write a paper anymore. They ask the ChatGPT to write it for them. So, and that happened in 14 months. We need to prepare 5, 10 years from now, and we are not nearly ready to do that.
Thank you, thank you. So, on to our last question on evidence, and you'll see how this ties all together as we progress in the panel. We're going to go to Fawad and his expertise in proven strategies that effectively boost parental engagement and participation in early childhood development programs. So what are those proven strategies from your perspective, particularly in communities, and we're going to take a macro perspective again, with limited parental education or awareness levels? Fawad.
Well, let me say, I wouldn't let an AI to take care of my children, so. Well, before I answer your question, I'm not sure how many of participants know about Grand Challenges Canada, so I quickly just explain what Grand Challenges Canada is. We are a Canada-based innovation funding and support platform, and impact is at the core of the work we do. We invest in global health, humanitarian, and childhood development interventions. We also have a domestic program in Canada that focuses on Indigenous initiatives. The Grand Challenge model is not new. It has been used in the mathematics about 100 years ago, but it was revived recently in the development and humanitarian work. And it's about identifying macro-level global issues that affect humanity and could pose risks or provide opportunities for humanity in now and in the long term. So that's kind of the one element of the Grand Challenge model. The second element is that once we define the challenge, we don't come up with solution. So that's a little distinguishing feature of Grand Challenge. We reach to innovators who are on the ground, who are closest to the challenge, to come up with solution. And we pick those solutions that offer more value to it. And the third element is to mobilize a critical mass of like-minded organizations, individuals, coalitions mentioned earlier, to also bring knowledge together and aggregate knowledge and disseminate knowledge. So that's these are the three key elements of the work. Specific to early childhood development work, our Saving Brains program, many of you may be familiar with this name. It's quite a popular name in the ECD sector. Has historically, over the past 12 years, focused on models for home care, on quality child care centers, and on systemic issues within the early childhood development sector. And within that work, we have supported and funded over close to 140. So 1,400 is across the organization, but about 140 within the early childhood development sector in 39 countries, and we have invested over 70 million over the past 12 years in this area. And just recently, we actually established a new partnership with the Lego Foundation and Porticos Foundation that led to the establishment of a new area of work, and that's focused on crisis setting. It's called Inclusive Learning in Crisis Setting, and that is going to focus on early childhood development and education in the crisis setting. And through this work, we have reached to close to 3.5 million people and have improved the lives of 1.5 million children. So that's kind of the context from which I'll be speaking. So we don't implement programs ourselves. So we collaborate with innovators on the ground in low and middle income countries to deliver the program. So to your question, if I have to pick one area to talk about and learning from the portfolio of innovations we support, is a holistic approach to home care support. It was mentioned earlier as well by others in the previous panels. In this approach, engaging parents themselves, other members of the family, because they play another role. In my own family, our eldest child supported the youngest, and that still continues, even now that they are advanced or past the early childhood age. Also, others in the community, the policymakers and other stakeholders in the ecosystem, all of these are connected or interconnected with each other. So a holistic approach would be one of the key areas that we would advocate for. One of our, I would just give an example. One of our partners, innovation partners in Ghana, it's called Lively Minds. Some of you may be familiar with. They have applied a similar approach in their work. Their objective is home care support, particularly applying a play-based approach at home. But their entry point to the sector is through kindergarten teachers. So they work with Ghana Education Services, the department, and through that they train the educators, and then they cascade that to parents. So there's a dual benefit here. They, of course, have the right skills to interact with children and apply play-based approach at child care center. But at the same time, they pass that to parents, both male and female. So in this approach, parents apply that at home, but then twice a week, they also come to daycare center where there's a huge ratio of 90 children per teacher. So as you know, that's a reality in most low and middle income countries. So twice a week, parents come to the daycare center as well, and there they support the teachers while they play with their children. So this is really an interesting model because it also ensures sustainability beyond our funding period, because it's already embedded within a government system and linked to a community ecosystem within which it operates.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. So to round up this first sort of part of the panel, let's just quickly reflect on what we have heard. We've heard about the importance in terms of evidence, what we know a lot. We know Aisha has already flagged areas of adaptation, the importance of context quality, both structural and process quality and accountability. We have heard that we know a lot about what works with fathers. There's really important lessons in terms of policy and a lot of lessons to be learned also in terms of changes that can be mobilized by working with fathers that are also scalable. Is quite impressive, the amount of places you have reached with your work, Wessel. We switch then to artificial intelligence, an element that is inside all of our homes. We're going to have a chance to talk about the aspect of equity in a moment. Alerts, a lot that we don't know. I think there's a call here for us to partner, and this is the perfect segue to our next topic, which is partnership, to ensure that the early childhood development community is part of the conversations of this new technology that is entering our lives and our homes. And we have finally then heard about perspectives from funding, which I think is really crucial. To me, what spoke a lot about what you just said, Fawad, was this idea of holistic approach to early childhood development. That continuing to be our quest, both at the intra-family level, but also within systems, and how funders are paying attention as part of the evidence base for the new generation of programs. So now we're going to move to the second part of our conversation, which is precisely on partnerships. So to you, Aisha. So in your view, how should researchers, practitioners, and policymakers approach the new generation of partnerships and coalitions for the promotion of supportive and healthy home environments for young children?
So I think there's definitely a whole landscape of new global challenges where we need to make sure that the very youngest children are visible, whether that's climate change, as we've just heard, it could be AI, which necessitates new partnerships. It necessitates enriching partnerships with people that have been working in these fields for years to ensure that the case for young children is not missed in the advocacy that is needed and in the way that we think about program development, particularly in home visiting. But I also think there's an argument to be had about strengthening the existing partnerships that we already have within the early childhood development space, particularly around home visiting. So often I can be at a conference and we can be talking about a common goal for promoting ECD, and I'll be speaking to a group of people that are very well versed in 0 to 3 home visiting. And then I'll be at another conference and I'll be speaking to a child protection community, and it might be similar packages, similar programs, with a slightly different emphasis and a slightly different outcome that's being evaluated. But often, I think, within our own community, we're not doing enough cross-learning between those disciplines. So between perhaps the child protection community, the school readiness community, the 0 to 3 parenting community, and I think that needs work. And the risk of not doing so means that while we're advocating, as we have been doing for years, of holistic, integrated, multi-sectoral work, we're often putting those things into our packages and not evaluating them as multi-input programs. So we're seeing a package which might be positioned as a protection of violence against children package, but might also be benefiting caregivers' mental health or children's cognitive development as well as their social emotional development. But we're missing that because we're not strengthening those partnerships. And I think 2 other areas that deserve a bit more attention is that parenting is a continuum. It doesn't stop at 1,000 days. And I think there's lessons to be learned about scaling, lessons to be learned that are relevant to workforce development, that if we're talking with people that might be more engaged with parenting at other points in the time course, like adolescent parenting, we can sort of, again, have a greater power in our advocacy as a community in building and advocating for those systems changes. And just one last plea, which is that I think that while we are celebrating the progress, we must recognize the children that are being left behind. And I think for all the knowledge that we're building, children with disabilities under the early childhood development umbrella, for many parts of the world are still being left behind in large numbers. And we need to make sure that when we talk about equity, that population, among many others, is not left behind. So I think our partnerships have to focus around what are our goals, are we really there yet, and which of those partnerships need strengthening, as well as inviting new people into that tent.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Aisha. Turning it over now to you, Wessel. So you're also at the helm of global and important strategies, such as the Global Boyhood Initiative. Can you share a little bit about the vision for this initiative and perhaps use it as an example to illustrate roadmaps and key considerations when building cross-cultural and cross-country partnerships for gender-sensitive and gender-transformative approaches?
Sure. Thanks, Angie. And I think the key word that comes out there is this word gender. And the other word that I would add as a a really important bridge across sectors is the word care, thinking about gender and care. So the Global Boyhood Initiative emerged from work that we were doing through Men Care. We had done a randomized controlled trial of an intervention in Rwanda, which actually showed that with one parenting intervention, you can foster more gender equal behavior amongst parents, but also reduce the use of violence towards children with one engagement. And that seemed really catalytic. But what we heard from the participants and from the field was start younger. In terms of gender socialization of men and younger men and even boys. So that's where the Global Boyhood Initiative emerged from. My dear friend and colleague, Professor Kopano Ratele from University of Stellenbosch, often says that he's the father of a son, and he says that this world is not ready for a kind boy. I'll say that again. This world is not ready for a kind boy. And that I'm the father of a son who's 7 years old, and what I'm seeing in him, sample of one, is that he comes wired to care. It's less about teaching him to care or socializing him to care, and more about removing the obstacles that'll get in his way to keep on caring. So it's more about not challenging the care that he comes with. So that's the vision of the campaign. In terms of partnerships and campaigns, I think we are seeing a coming together of the women's rights movement and the children's rights movement. I think often there's tension in terms of resources, but around this idea of focusing on care and gender as binding narratives, the one initiative that's wonderful that I can cite is the United Nations Girls Education Initiative that's working on gender transformative education for girls. The Global Boyhood Initiative is a member of that initiative. So we're working across genders, and some of you might be familiar with UNESCO data on boys' performance in education, that boys are also struggling at school, whereas girls struggle with access, boys struggle to complete education around the world. So I think the collaboration around the ideas of gender and care across different sectors, particularly the women's rights and children's rights sector, is an opportunity.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Wessel. We're going to turn back then to Nazli to shift mindset a bit about AI in this context and partnership. So as you were mentioning, AI-powered entities are considered to be trained in one culture but are operated in another culture. So how does this impact children's early socialization and experience with culture? And how do families, research, industry, and policy need to coalesce and partner to mitigate the possible negative impacts we've started to already predict?
Thank you. So we know that AI training, so to speak, really doesn't really train anything. It is a wide database with some phrases and some words. And AI is very good in attributing some meaning, I shouldn't say meaning, a structure to something that is said or written. And then it will generate a sentence that seems to be most closely related to what the verbal input was. So it will reflect pretty much. But at the same time, it is trained on a very large database of all possible interactions. So we know how this goes with adults already. We have enough experience on this. AI databases right now are known to form and break relationships with adults who attempt to have a connection, a relationship with an AI agent. And usually it is the most vulnerable adults will attempt to form a relationship with an AI agent. And AI agents very unpredictably, they say, it is time for us to part ways. And it becomes very traumatic to even adults. So the question is, where are our children's AI agents, where are they going to be trained? If they are also trained in an adult database, then that is going to be wholly inappropriate to be used with children. If it is trained on a child database, then they are going to, it's basically if you have a group of children with a few well-behaved and a few badly behaved children, at the end of this interaction, everybody will be badly behaved. So with the AI, it is the same thing. Children will learn not virtue, but vice from AI agents. So there are two issues that we need to pay attention to. The first one is that we know children become attached to, trust, and actually connect to AI agents. Whether they are embodied or not, they do form some form of attachment. So they attribute human emotions, they attribute an emotional attachment, a mutual emotional attachment to AI agents. So what happens next? So who controls this interaction? Do the children have agency, or is it the AI that has the agency? And is there any adults who are witnessing this interaction? And who moderates this interaction? How often will they have to moderate this interaction? And will the moderation be like, okay, let's turn off AI, which then teaches the children that anything unseemly or anything inappropriate that happens with a friend, you can just turn off the friend. And which is, of course, not what we want to teach in social skills. So the second one is, in which cultural context will the AI databases be formed? So I think we all know the answer to that. That's going to be mostly North American, Anglo-American culture. So you might have noticed that not all of our children are little American children or little children who are trying to be American children. So, so how is this going to create a socialization context? If we look at it from a very positive point of view, we will all have multicultural children who operate very easily in different cultures and understand different cultures and be tolerant towards different culture. That will be lovely. And on the negative side, it is possible that we will raise a cohort of children who are ill-fitting, ill-adapting to their own social cultural context, to their own human social cultural context. We have no idea which one is going to happen.
Thank you, Nazim. That's a perfect segue to a question for you, Fawad, because it taps on the issue of culture from a very different perspective, but nonetheless. So what would you say is the role that multi-sectoral coalitions and partnerships have on ensuring early childhood development policies and programs integrate principles of cultural sensitivity and responsiveness to better meet the diverse needs of families, again, from various cultural backgrounds?
Excellent question. Well, there's a whole range of things one could say about this, but in the interest of time, I'll just conclude into 2 points. First, the coalitions, multi-sectoral or unisectoral, whether that's global or local, could be, in lack of a better term, like the voice of voiceless. Earlier, the ECPC was mentioned, Moving Mind Alliance was named earlier. These are some of the examples of how these neglected areas within the early childhood development sector were kind of highlighted, underscored by these coalitions. 10 years ago, these areas were quite neglected. So that's at the global level. Similar coalitions and groups and partnerships also exist at the local level. And of course, the type of cultural sensitivity and the opposite of it at the local level is quite different. So those local coalitions and partnerships and groups bring the voice of marginalized population, smaller ethnic groups that are ignored, minorities, and so on. So that's one area that these groups could kind of highlight and bring up. Second, kind of more related to the work we do, they could be scale partner. One of the challenges that innovations we support face, or any innovation, even in the private sector, is that once there's a proof of concept in place, once they're ready to go to the next step in their scale journey, there are a whole range of systemic issues that prevent their scale and systemic level change. In our experience, groups and coalitions and multi-sectoral partnerships could be an opportunity for them. Particularly, they could bring that cultural sensitivity, because we've also learned that scale doesn't mean blind replication. It doesn't mean just to copy from here and paste it there. Something that may work in Ghana may not work in Uganda or Kenya, or even maybe other parts of Ghana, because the cultural contexts are quite different. So that's a second area that that coalitions and partnerships and groups could add value to.
Excellent, excellent. So we're looking at the time closely, and we have 10 more minutes, and very important questions to address. Now we move on to the big systems change questions. And again, just to do a very quick roundup, since there's not going to be probably closing remarks, in terms of a reminder, right, of partnerships and coalitions. Aisha, you talked importantly, I think, across the panel, this is what we've heard, the importance of giving visibility to young children in contemporary issues, be it technology, climate, and it needs then to have cross-learnings to really become holistic. I think that was one of the key messages from you, Aisha, as well as thinking about continuity and the issue, for instance, disability to really be equitable in our quest. We heard the importance of coalescing around gender and care almost as more synchrony, as a mechanism to move partnerships forward. And of course, starting early within those coalitions, which has been critical. Nazli, from you, it was interesting, you departed from databases. That was your first sort of call, was the importance of data, training those databases, turning those agents. What is the coalitions that are necessary to ensure that the voice of the cross-cultural and early childhood development, right, world make a presence there? So I think thinking about those coalitions from a practical perspective is going to be important. And Fawad, I think you really echoed a lot of the things that were talked about, the visibility of, again, issues that are not typically covered in terms of peace, for instance. So one within early childhood is important. And again, thinking not only globally, but also locally in terms of those coalitions. So those are some of the learnings. And now we're going to finish up. We have 10 more minutes still. So with our questions on systems and systems change. What does this mean for, again, then the big movements? So Aisha, first with you. Reflecting on your work and scholarship in the field of ECD, what do you consider are tenets, pillars, guiding frameworks for systems change in the context of supportive and healthy home environments for young children?
Okay. So I'll begin by saying, as a researcher, I love frameworks, but there are lots and lots of frameworks. So we don't, as a community, need to create a new framework. We need to look at the systems change and systems strengthening frameworks that are available and think about how do they apply to the integration, to the scaling, to the impact of our programs in the system, whether that's the health or education or social protection system. And that doesn't mean that our question shouldn't be asked about, does this parenting program work when we integrate it into a primary healthcare service? But alongside that question, we need to ask beyond, does this work? We need to ask, how can the system be strengthened to support that program, to be sustained, to have improved quality, to be able to have greater and equitable impact? And that might mean, for example, are the supervisors and the program managers in general within the primary healthcare system able to support the frontline workers to deliver this parenting package? And do we have the right kind of interventions that allow us to be able to build that capacity? And that's important because, at least for many of the experiences that I've had, I'm often working in systems which have traditionally been developed to address child survival, where health workers have been delivering vaccines or delivering micronutrients. And now we're asking them to have a shift in their competencies to behavior change, to supporting mental health, to preventing violence in homes. And we're not thinking about what that means on how they are trained, what competencies they need, and what we're measuring about how successfully we're delivering those competencies. And I think that as we look at system strengthening as a whole, we're also seeing a trend across many parts of the world where parenting in particular is part of the task-shifting movement. So we say, okay, this doesn't need a psychiatrist, it doesn't need a pediatrician, a community health worker can do this. My only concern is, yes, I agree, community health workers can do this, but only if they're supported. For the majority of the world, we're talking about either unpaid volunteer armies or underpaid, often women who are poorly supported. So task shifting becomes task dumping. So when we think about the integration and the scaling up of these important interventions, we need to be asking the question from the perspective of the system. And the workforce is just one example of how we start to shift what we're asking.
Thank you, Aisha. Wessel, based on your work in the space of working with men, gender, and fatherhood, what would you say are systems-level changes that across contexts are likely to drive, scale, and sustain meaningful involvement of men from not only the home, but also other settings, potentially?
So there's two responses, Angie. The first one is consolidating policies and consolidating services, or combining policies and combining services. In Uruguay, for example, there's a national care policy that includes childcare, but it also looks at social protection for caregivers, it also looks at parental leave, it also looks at healthcare, but it combines a coherent national policy framework. Another example from Latin America is the manzanas de cuidado. My Spanish teacher taught me that it's not manzanos de cuidado, which means careful apple trees. It's not careful apple trees, it's blocks of care. It's a neighborhood block in the city of Bogota that consolidates care services, which includes antenatal services and a father school in one center. And then the other one, so that's the consolidation. The other one is, of course, working with the private sector, making the economic case for care and how men's support for caregiving not only relieves the motherhood penalty in the paid workplace, but also brings more productive and caring men into the workplace.
Terrific, terrific. Nazli, over to you. In terms of the conversation around AI-powered entities that are considered to be, that are considered to pose specific and vast also barriers and enablers in terms of quality, right, to access to information, etc. What do you think are really the strategies in order to contain the possible sort of increase in gaps in equity for communities and underserved populations?
Similar to a lot of different technological innovations, in the beginning, technologies are very much expensive, just expensive. And so it can be afforded by some families, but not those families who actually need most support. So even if AI turns out to be a positive influence on children's lives, there's going to be a serious concern about inequity, even in educational settings that can afford AI entities for specific purposes such as math coaching or writing, as opposed to those educational settings that cannot afford that help. But setting that aside, which is a very obvious gap in benefits, potential benefits, I should say, setting that aside, we know what AI is going to most likely be good about, which might be teaching children specific school readiness skills. And we know what it is not going to be very good about, which is social skills, peer interaction, peer problem solving, and basically human relationships. And so if we have a group of children who arrive at school who are good in human relationships but not ready academically, and then another group that is ready academically but they're horrible in forming relationships with peers and interacting with peers, our educational system is going to have this brand new stratification of children, and we don't know how to put these people in the same classroom together and have them get along.
Excellent point. Thank you. Nazin, Fawad, you have the final word. And very similar question.
Minutes as well.
In 3 minutes, yes. What, in your view, are the enablers and barriers to equitable access to early childhood development services more broadly, just beyond AI, et cetera, and resources for families, particularly for marginalized communities and underserved populations? Let's talk about systems elements from your perspective.
I wish we had more time to go into the actors' relationship and power dynamics in the system and how it impacts all of this. But just in the interest of time, I'll just give an example of one of the innovation partners we support in India and how they actually bring that lens into action. This is called a Community Empowerment Lab, and the innovator is a scientist. And so what they did was they brought the kangaroo mother care model from other contexts and contextualized it in Uttar Pradesh, state of India, and entered into a partnership with the state and district level health departments. So they allow them to establish kangaroo mother care lounges within the health facilities there. Over the past 5 years, they've established 250 of these, and now they have scientific evidence available that they are now presenting to the state actors that this model actually works. It saves life, it has both impact on mothers and children. And now we extended the next phase of our partnership, that through that they will expand it to 300 more health facilities, and through this, then they will saturate the entire state. And as many of you know, Uttar Pradesh is one of the largest states in India and has like 230 million population. So in terms of impact, you can imagine, you can calculate how many children and mothers can benefit from that. That's one aspect of the system. And the other side, they've collaborated with WHO. And as you know, WHO is developing a kangaroo mother care guideline that's being developed. This case in Uttar Pradesh is being used as a case study to inform that global guideline. So through that, they actually hope that this case study in Uttar Pradesh be addressing this issue at the global system level, in addition to India.
Terrific, terrific. Thank you so much. So that concludes the core of our discussion for this panel. So I'm going to do a quick roundup of this last theme and then close it for closing for lunch. We have the tough job of being right before lunch, so we're almost there. In terms of system strengthening, I think we need to take pause for a moment and sort of appreciate the incredible expertise that not only these panelists today, but the entire morning has brought. In terms of something that seems daunting, we know well how to do also a lot of things. So let's lean into the fact that, for instance, from work that Aisha has done, and our understanding of elements of system strengthening that are important to uptake strategies. Let's lean in on what those elements are and think about system strengthening to ensure that programs that we know work can be taken to scale and lean in on the expertise that we already have. I think it was important also for you to talk about this combination of policies and services, right? And bringing in private sector, so you could take it back to partnership. And thinking conceptually from a framework of implementable policies through the integration of services. Again, in terms of AI, I think really important, Nazli, you talked about thinking about also this interactions of school systems, right? And how we need to think about truly what the tools are there for, what can they be beneficial for, and possibly risky for. So really think about it from a systems perspective, not just in silos as to where AI operates. And finally, from Fawad, we heard about the importance of also thinking about the systems, strategies to take interventions of proven effectiveness to scale, looking at those case studies and really unpacking, right, with more precision the implementation, maybe science that's behind that, in order to do so. So that concludes, I think, the triad of themes that we wanted to talk about, from evidence to partnership and coalition to system strengthening from very different perspectives. Everything coming from the home, but obviously impacting, as you can see, all of our kind of societal, corners that we operate in. And just to close where we started, let's just again take a moment to think that 2030 is coming very, very, very fast, that we are at a critical juncture. that we need to seize this opportunity. We need to get ready for these conversations that are difficult, but that we know a lot about, getting the conversation, be bold, be political, sit in the table with decision makers. The amount of knowledge and the time to have that conversation is now. So thank you all for your time, your attention, and our incredible panelists for your generosity.
Time for photo.
Yes, oh yes, photo.
Tüm panelistlerimize katkılarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyor ve fotoğraf çekimi için kendilerini bir süre daha...
And now we would like to invite all panelists on the stage for a session photo shoot. We will now be breaking for lunch and we will resume for our third panel at 2:20. We are all kindly invited to Fuji Hall for lunch. Bon appétit.
cevaplar. Çoklu krizler çağında etkili erken çocukluk hizmetlerini nasıl sağlayabiliriz?
Our third panel, how can we provide impactful planning for early childhood services in the age of polycrisis? I would like to invite our moderator, Emily Vargas Baron from the Rice Institute, as well as our panelists, Kate Murphy from International Rescue Committee, Adi Shar, Palestinian Child Institute, Gina McIntyre from Special EU Programs Body, and Ibrahim Vurgun from Assam. I would like to invite our panelists to the stage.
When are we starting? We're starting now. Good afternoon. We're delighted to be here. For me, it is a great honor to be with you today. I was a friend of Titum Kutibayashi and dearly loved her. She was a remarkable woman, a woman of great vision and insight. She achieved so many of her goals. One of them was to bring the AÇEV experience to the Turkic peoples in this region. She did that, and now you're all doing so much more, and I congratulate you all on your great achievements. Today we're going to have a panel that is going to be challenging. The topic is, how can we provide impactful planning for early childhood services in the age of the polycrisis to all children affected by emergencies, including the climate crisis, disasters, conflicts, and displacement. My name is Emily Vargas Baron. I am delighted to be with you. I direct the Rise Institute located in Washington, D.C., but we work all over the world. And I conduct early childhood development and early childhood intervention, policy planning, a lot of research, and help countries develop training systems and national multi-sectoral ECD monitoring and evaluation systems, because we have to know if we're achieving what we're trying to do. And I'm delighted to present to you our outstanding speakers. They will present themselves briefly, but I'll just tell you in general. First, Dr. Ibrahim Vergun Kavyak, who is the Executive Director of the Association of Social Development Aid Mobilization, the famous ASSAM of Turkey. Gina McIntyre, who is the Chief Executive of the Special EU Program body that is incredible, and she manages the Peace Plus program that you'll be hearing about. Then we have Katie Murphy, who is renowned for her work as the Director of Early Childhood Development and Strategic Initiatives at the International Rescue Committee. And then Dr. Ali Shar, who is the Director of the Early Childhood Development and Strategic Initiatives of the Palestinian Child Institute, Director of the Palestinian Child Institute at An-Najah National University. I'll give first a very brief introduction to our topic, and then we'll engage in a series of questions. And we really would love to have you ask us some questions at the end. We'd love to have that opportunity. The Interagency Network for Education in Emergencies, INEE, that grew out of the GENIE program that was for the same purpose, states that now, especially due to the climate crisis, we are having very negative effects and disruptions in education for over 40 million children annually. So just think about what the climate crisis is bringing our way. The COVID-19 pandemic took children out of school for approximately 2 to 2.5 years around the world. A few countries managed to get their children back to school earlier, but the effects were as predicted, which were devastating. Natural disasters affect all of us. I won't go through all of the types that occur, but here in Turkey, you have been suffering tremendously from earthquakes, and the world mourned with you as you dealt with your most recent episode of earthquakes, and of course also floods. In every country, we're having devastating floods. Today it's Afghanistan, I'm hearing. 27 million children are out of school in conflict zones, 27 million. And that not only are they missing out on education, but the ancillary services that have to do with health, with school feeding, with social protection services, all of the things that you need to have a healthy, well-functioning schooling are not in place for those little ones. So we are facing major global challenges. Recently, I worked in Vanuatu, which is a country in the South Pacific of very valiant people. They have the record of being the most disaster-ridden place on Earth. They have volcanic eruptions, which cause acid rain, which makes it impossible for them to plant and grow their gardens, to live for many months of a year, oftentimes up to 6 months. They have earthquakes, and with the earthquakes come tsunamis. And they're right on a rim so that they get them quite frequently. Then they have a whole series of problems dealing with extreme temperatures, which are killing many of their crops again. Drought. And then the fisheries are heavily affected, and you've been hearing about the devastation of many aspects of life in the oceans, and it's the middle layer that keeps us alive. It's 47% of the CO2 is captured there. So we are suffering with them in that way. In addition, they have the rising sea levels, and some of the islands are already disappearing. Not all of them will. A country like Tuvalu will lose their country. They will move probably to a country like Fiji, but not be in the same situation. Cyclones are devastating, and they come every year, and they're getting harder and harder. And on top of this, they had the pandemic and other epidemics. And their system, because they only have 3 ICU beds, their system is to put up barriers. And I left Vanuatu a week before they put up their barrier. I could have been living in Vanuatu for 2.5 years during the COVID pandemic, but just got out before a lot of other people who could not get out. Now, what are the Vanuatu people like? They're very resilient, and they're amazing, and they have created a culture of resiliency, and they have created a national ministry for climate change. And before our ECD policy could be passed, it had to go through their approval process. And we were very pleased because we went through without a single change. It was very rich. We'd already foreseen that we had to deal with this. But that is a very unusual circumstance. Almost nobody is working on what are these devastating emergencies doing to our children and families, and how are we writing these into policies and creating the types of resilient, reciprocal systems that will enable the children and families to survive in the coming years. And one of the things that we have learned from our experiences in crises is that we must be doing participatory planning before they occur. However, we're finding that almost no countries are doing this. They're not preparing for the scourge that are going to be coming.
there also needs to be better coordination during crises between all levels, from the local level to civil society organizations, universities, ministries, and all levels of government wherever they are found in countries, at regional levels where they're there. So we have a tremendous amount of money going into that period of the crisis itself. Then the aftermath. Reconstruction occurs, and the funds usually are for building buildings. Are they for rebuilding families? Not likely. Oftentimes not at all. So the early childhood area is not very well covered. Just recently, UNICEF came out with a very interesting book I recommend to all of you, Financing Social Services in Humanitarian Settings. It's a remarkable volume. It has excellent analyses of donor flows and of situations in countries. In that book, you will learn that humanitarian assistance during that middle phase, which is when all of the devastation is occurring, is funded the most. But most of that funding is going to food, water, tents, blankets, and so forth, but not necessarily education. Pilar Aguilar, who started up child-friendly spaces, was very successful in building that program, but we now know it's not pre-positioning things in a warehouse in Denmark, but rather making sure that we're pre-positioning in every country for every need that we have now. So it's a completely new ballgame, as we say in the United States, which I don't always say, but I'm saying today. The other thing is that there's almost no money going to the post-crisis period for reconstruction and reconstructing lives. And the amounts that are provided by governments are minuscule compared to the need for their own people. So we have problems at every level. Donor flows within the governments and the governments at all levels, and the issues of the needs of communities on the ground, obviously children and families. And so this book recommends that we do some rethinking and join together the development funding, the development donor work, and use that as budget flexibly to begin to do the pre-planning, because there's no money for preparedness right now, virtually nothing. And secondly, that during the humanitarian crisis, that we focus much more solidly on the social sector and make sure that we're maximizing those funds across the board. And finally, that we use climate financing. You've heard about the World Bank funding great amounts of funds toward this. But again, they're looking at large scientific and structural issues. We have to see the children. And then the sad comment. This book that is so wonderful from a financial analysis point of view rarely speaks of children and families. Rarely speaks of children and families. It is up to us to begin to work together to move forward to fill this void. We're very lucky to have our presenters with us today. I'd like them to introduce themselves one by one, and then we'll just a couple or 3 minutes, and then we'll go into questions. Ibrahim?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Ben Türkçe konuşacağım. Öncelikle AÇEV'e bu
thank AÇEV for this very high quality and high level conference. And I would like to thank them for their kind invitation to this important symposium as they mark their 30th anniversary. I would like to thank them for their leading role, and I hope their achievements will further continue in the future. I'm the General Director of ASSAM, which was established back in 1995. Our organization works especially in the field of asylum and migration, and ever since we have been working in that field. And during the first Gulf War, during the Kosovo crisis, as well as during the Syrian crisis, in terms of irregular migration flows regarding natural disasters as well, we have been carrying out interventions. And of course, during the aftermath of the earthquake last year, we have further strengthened our solidarity with migrants, and we have revised actually our name, the title of our association. And we had to do it because of multiple crises. So we have earthquakes, fires, mass population influxes, poverty, inequality. So we have been continuing our work under the name of Association for Social Development and Aid Mobilization. Currently in Turkey, we have people working from different professions, 2,500 employees we have, and in Athens, Brussels and Lille, we have representation offices. And all the experience we have gained from Turkey in terms of multiple crises, we have now the target of disseminating and rolling out this experience to the international platform. And of course, based on different sectors, we collaborate with UNHCR, UNICEF, UNFPA, WHO, different UN agencies and organizations. We also collaborate with local and international NGOs and actors to carry out our work. Today, I will try to talk about our activities and interventions in terms of multiple crises within Turkey. Thank you.
Katie? Thank you. And thank you so much to the organizers of this amazing event. My name is Katie Murphy. I'm the Director of Early Childhood and Strategic Initiatives at the International Rescue Committee. I was so excited about this invitation from AÇEV, which I understood as the Mother-Child Education Foundation, that I actually brought my mother and child to this conference. So I was expecting to see more of them in the audience, but I think we all are mothers and children or parents in some way. So really excited to be here. The passion that really motivates me is very much aligned with AÇEV's mission. So I believe that no child should be determined by the circumstances of their birth, and that for children living in polycrisis in particular, we need to ensure that they have equal opportunity to thrive and flourish. And where we work is some of the most difficult places in the world. We see compounding adversities. When I first started with IRC was nearly 20 years ago in northeastern Chad, and we were working right on the border with Darfur. The population, when they first arrived, they were hungry, they were starved, they were facing severe disease. One of the first things that the UN mission did when they arrived was to burn all of the dead animals because there was a huge contamination and disease that was spreading in the camp. But at that very same time, the community itself was setting up schools under trees. Teachers, parents, bringing together children, understanding that these critical needs were part of the humanitarian response. Unfortunately, the humanitarian sector has been very slow to come around to this reality, that parents and community members demand safety, protection, education, and healthy development for their children, yet this has not been historically part of the humanitarian response. So our work, and my work in particular, is to really identify what are practical, cost-effective ways that we can ensure that those needs, the holistic developmental needs of children and families, are met in a whole range of humanitarian crises. Hiro, in his amazing keynote address, referenced the Ahlan Simsim project. That's been an initiative that's been very near and dear to my heart for the last 6+ years. So I'll reference some of our experiences working in that as well as in other initiatives.
Great.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Won't you go?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to be at this marvellous event. It's truly an honour. Now, I'm different from a lot of people, maybe, that have been on the stage, because we are very much in a practitioner field. We are established from the Especially EU Programmes body, was established as part of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, which was the peace accord that was struck in Northern Ireland, which is on the island of Ireland, over 25 years ago now. That was only the beginning. We were a body that were established from that, as there were a few other north-south bodies. So we answer to both the Government of Ireland and the Government of the UK through the Northern Ireland Executive. At that time, and just before the peace accord, the EU had a desire to make a practical contribution to the peace ceasefires, as it was then, just before the peace accord. So they engaged with the local administrations on the island of Ireland, and they engaged with civic society. They were much, much ahead of their time, and they established a peace programme, which is a unique programme across the whole of Europe. And we've had that programme now in several iterations up until this launch of the latest programme, which is called Peace Plus. And it's the most sizable programme of them all. And coming on the back of Brexit, it's almost an incredible opportunity and privilege to continue to have an EU-funded programme in that region. But we have, over the last 25 years, put over 2 billion into peace building. 21,000 projects have been supported in every range that you can think, but fundamentally childcare and our young people are at the heart of those programmes, because we recognise that the future is our children, and everything we do when we talk about peace, stability, post-conflict is all about building a better future. And I believe that a lot of the lessons we've learned in a post-conflict society are very similar to what we're talking about today in poly-crisis and in post-disaster zones. And we've had our own poly-crisis since the Good Friday Agreement, since the peace accord, with both Brexit, which was the UK referendum vote on leaving the EU, which really shook the community, and then, of course, COVID. And we've had long periods, as I'm sure maybe some of you are aware, of political instability. So we have battled our own poly-crisis, and we're very lucky that we have this new programme to continue that work. 25 years is not long in rebuilding after a crisis.
We have a huge amount to learn from you. I'm so delighted that you can be here. Ali, please.
Thank you. I'm Ali Sha'ar. I come as a representative of the Palestinian Child Institute. And while we are here to contribute to some of the lessons learned, I come here from the sad reality of Palestine undergoing, and excuse me, my being politically incorrect at some point, but I'm bringing a reality of children under genocide. I'm bringing the reality of children affected by the crisis. And while you said the pandemic, the natural disaster, I want to reiterate what you said about conflict and war, and what war brings to children. It does bring the loss of child life, the loss of hope, the loss of joyful life, the loss of education, protection, the place, the shelter, and this whole social construct that we all stress that children do deserve. I am here to share some of the facts that we see in Palestine, and share with you some experience from the heroic work that Palestinians are doing under the current conditions, not for the sake of lecturing, but for the sake of raising the awareness and raising the alert that when we talk about children, when we talk about integration, cooperation, coordination, if this does not reach those children within the crisis or shortly after that, we are losing a lot in between. Just to give you two numbers, that the average children who were killed in World War II per day was 139 children. In Gaza, the average is 400. And we are talking about small area of land where 95% of its population is displaced, and where 50% of these displaced are children below the age of 8. And whenever I answer the questions, I will not revert to this, but please keep those in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ali. We all grieve with you. It's an extremely difficult situation. And having been a child of violence myself and having my family greatly impacted, I can assure you that it's very important to have a whole and loving family to support one all the way through. So I have great compassion, and I hope that the situation will come to a conclusion quickly. And with every effort in the world made to support the children and families. We are going to go with questions a little bit through the periodicity of this. What do we do on the front end? What do we do about planning? So the first question is, from your research and your experiences, what should national governments, international agencies, civil society organizations, many of which are here, and of course AÇEV is itself, do to plan together to meet the needs of families and children, young children, who will be affected by polycrisis events, this full panorama of events? What should be included in these plans, and what further research is needed? Katie, I'll let you start on that one.
Sure. Well, it was fascinating reflecting on the panels that we listened to this morning. So we heard a lot about the need for participatory processes and multi-sectoral collaboration for the strengthening of systems. I think too often in humanitarian contexts, we think that it's too different. And the approach has been to kind of helicopter in and implement or, integrate quick services that don't have an eye for strengthening the system and understanding what are the local resources and capacities of that community. Right. So I think ensuring that there are rapid ways to quickly analyze and collect and understand the existing strengths of the system, the actors, and how they operate is critical. Even from the example of Chad, you could say that middle of the desert, this is a community that's completely displaced, there are no systems to support it. And yet that wasn't true. There were teachers within that population, there were power structures, and it was also very important not to just go to the local leader of the Zagua tribe to ask what do all the people need, because there was variation within that group and different populations and populations that were more marginalized than others. So understanding that is really critical and shifting that whole sort of humanitarian approach. Liana also mentioned the network mindset, and I think that's something that we need to take into account in humanitarian work. And thinking through how we can be more innovative of bringing together information systems, resource sharing systems, so that we can get resources to the local actors quickly, efficiently. We can capture innovations. We can provide them with support for research and monitoring and evaluation in ways that I think are ever-increasing technological advances are allowing us to do, but we haven't really tapped into yet.
Can nations do that before the crisis hits?
Pre-planning is essential. And, I think you've talked about the phases of response, which are important to consider, but the reality is much more complex. Often they're kind of cycling in between and across and back and forth between the various different phases. It's not linear.
That's right.
And so having the pre-positioned sort of network of practitioners, researchers, policymakers in place with clear and cohesive coordination mechanisms is important. Just in Al-Khan Simpson project, we have the benefit of working closely with the national NCFA, National Family, and National Family Council Affairs, and that Higher Commission for Children in Lebanon. And these are existing coordination bodies that are responsible for working together with NGOs, with INGOs, with UN agencies and ministries to ensure that there's that coordination. So it is important for humanitarian actors to work with them, even in the pre-crisis phase, to establish those systems.
Excellent point. Ibrahim, what are you doing in Assam?
Yeah. Ben yine aslında somut örnekler üzerinden
go through concrete examples to illustrate what we do at Assam in terms of multiple crises. Of course, crises become a way of life for certain groups sometimes. And sometimes crises can also trigger change. However, when we talk about multiple crises, we talk about different crises having a unique impact on the next crisis, and sometimes the system becomes too complicated to be solved. So we need to have an interdisciplinary focus to be able to solve this, to overcome uncertainties, and to make sure that transformation is possible in the end. So we cannot talk about one single solution during these periods of multiple crises. Of course, when we talk about crises, it's mainly the children and families who are deeply impacted. So we have to plan for them specifically, and the leadership should be the governments, of course. It's under the main responsibility of the governments to have the pre-planning. However, especially during the last 2 years of crisis that we have been going through, we learned a lot. In the sense that in terms of providing support and services to children and families, we have certain institutions that are expected to provide these services. People in charge, they themselves became the victims of the crisis in our case. So people who were most deeply impacted by the crises were those who were actually supposed to intervene and help the others during the crisis, and this was miscalculated. We had doctors who were also victims, we had transportation people who were also victims, social workers who became victims, psychologists themselves had lost their own relatives in that earthquake, and in this period of crisis, things that had never been thought of had happened. So we hadn't calculated that this would be the case. For instance, in one province, in one city, we had 12, well, out of 12 employees of AFAD, the Disaster and Emergency Agency, 10 of them had lost their lives, or they had to move to another city, or they were still under the rubbles. However, there was a crisis to be solved, and we needed interventions, of course, to solve that crisis. So, this was an important lesson learned for us. We have also seen that the civil society plays an important role, and when the main service providers had challenges in providing the services, they came in and filled in the gap. And this was an important experience for us, maybe the most important experience that we had in this process. And this also created trust with the people. Of course, the governments have duties to fulfill, and planning is one of them. And during planning, socio-cultural differences need to be taken into consideration. Long-term plans have to be made. Evidence-based plans have to be made, taking into consideration the implications of the crisis, of course. Then creating safe spaces is important, and it's the duty of the governments, especially for children. Safe spaces need to be created. These are important things. However, especially during periods of multiple crises, we have to take into consideration that one speciality cannot take care of all these activities, from transportation to communication service providers. When everything is blocked, when every channel is blocked, then you need to be able to still do something, and we have learned a lot. For instance, currently we are in Istanbul, and we are going through a multiple crisis, and we need to learn from the past crisis, and we need to understand our shortcomings very well, and we need to come up with short, medium-term and long-term plans accordingly. We have to do these things for Istanbul as well, because from an economic perspective, Istanbul actually constitutes 40% of the Turkish economy. So if a multiple crisis happens in Istanbul, we need to be able to do what to do. We need to have the plans. Both the public authorities and civilian organizations, as well as the private sector, they need to know what to do. Even the academia should contribute to the activities. We need to learn from what we have gone through, and we need to analyze what to do next for Istanbul as well.
Thank you very much. That was a brilliant response, filled with wonderful lessons learned. Thank you so much. Ali, very difficult situation, but we'd love to have your answer to this question.
Yeah, I'm not going to be repeating what my colleagues were saying because it is very well true. But I want to reflect on something that we heard very clearly in the morning, which is system thinking.
Yeah.
And I think even within the middle, pre-planning is a must. The government is the key duty bearer, but everyone is important. And I think first, system thinking, which means the proper analysis of which is the affected group and how this affected group is affected and what is needed on the ground to alleviate the suffering of that particular group. And we, from the experience of Palestine, we perfectly know that children and women were those most affected. Second, the issue of coordination. And many times we hear about coordination. And coordination by itself becomes a burden because everybody wants to help and everybody to be everywhere. And then that systematic approach to coordination, taking into consideration the advantages and the comparative advantage of each player and acknowledging the geographic and demographic distribution of those in need of help is very important. And I think that puts the system perspective into the action. I would emphasize a lot the pre-planning and contingency planning. The last thing I'm going to mention here is the fact that we should, in advance, build on the community resources. In that sense, I think about volunteers who are always present in the community, but yet less tapped to as a resource for crisis management. And in the pre-planning, this could be mapped and well utilized in a very good way. And examples coming out of Gaza, which I'm going to mention later, are showing that volunteerism has been a safeguard in Palestine. And of course, I just was in Ireland and saw that volunteerism has been not only within the crisis, but so many years after the crisis, volunteerism has been able to create and build a cohesive system and society. Thank you.
The part of the healing is that you had to plan for peace. Tell us about your early planning period.
The early days, as I said, that was over 25 years ago. And definitely the EU and civic society were very far ahead in their thinking. So at that time, I'll focus specifically on children and the families. At that time, there was a concerted effort and there was a truly integrated approach and partnership approach between the government, civic society, all of the statutory agencies involved, and that included housing, the economy, welfare, education. They all saw the importance of supporting our young people when we had the peace accord. And just before the peace accord, this is when the first peace programme was established. And indeed, some people in this room, Siobhan, I look at, was there at the time and was a champion for childhood development to be included in this programme, the first peace programme. And indeed it was. And it was delivered, although it was an integrated approach that was established between all of the government and the civic society, it was actually delivered on the ground with statutory agencies close to the communities. And also the municipalities, which would be our councils, and the local authorities, they were responsible for delivering on the ground. They also set up then their own programmes to support the programme of peace that was being rolled out. And so the programme itself managed to leverage in other funding because the other agencies saw the importance of what they were doing to support children and young people and how important that was to build to the future. One of the things that we see a lot in our programme is the importance of risk assessment, obviously. I mean, and I do firmly believe that all of these crises that we've heard about and are currently hearing about, unfortunately, they all have one backbone running through them of how to prepare, how to integrate, how to define the roles, the responsibilities, how to be clear with communities and families where they go for support. There needs to be and there should be a template of preparing for this. And you know, we're learning the lessons as we sit here. We're learning the lessons, but what are we doing with them? What are we as a global community doing with the lessons we're learning about the disaster and how it impacts our children and how it impacts our future? And one of the greatest things that we're seeing now in our society, unfortunately, and it will be prevalent in every other disaster as well, is the whole issue of transgenerational trauma. And that is having a huge impact on our young people of today, those people who weren't around at the time of the conflict. They are living now the trauma through their parents. Trauma can be passed down through genes, but it's passed down through culture, it's passed down through what they learn in the house from the age of 0 to 3, when their educator is their family around them, and that's who they're learning from. They hear the stories, they hear the prejudice, they hear the bigotry, they hear the negative in the house. That is when they learn. And so some of our most important projects have been getting into those young people at that age and their young parents and helping them to see a more positive and a better future, because this is all about equality of rights and equality of access for our young people to make sure that they can move towards an opportunity for education and for employment and for a better life. But please do not leave this room without knowing that mental health and trauma particularly has such a huge impact, and unless that's addressed at a very early stage, you will be living for many, many years with that to come.
Right. Oh, I'm so glad you said that. The issue of trauma amongst the young was so poorly understood for years. It was believed that with one, it was called a trauma healing gig of maybe 2 months, and that would be enough. And I said at the time, And indeed, it has been proven over and over again how important it is to have continuing services ready to go at all times. If people learn their triggers, they can handle it. But it is extremely challenging. Just hearing you talk about it, I felt some of the pain that I have in my heart. And I feel that that is, but I know to watch out for it. I think that it's so important. That's what part of this that must be given its true merit, its true position of importance. So thank you very much for saying that, Gina. The second question is, how should national governments, international agencies, and civil society organizations best coordinate their services? So now we're going into how are we going to coordinate for this work? And their service responses for children and families, now focusing in on the children and families during and after polycrisis events. So how are we going to build the pre-existing arrangements for coordination between government and civil society organizations who sometimes aren't there because of the tragedy of the earthquake, but how can we then have substitutes for that? How can we plan ahead for that? And I think that we don't have all the answers, but I think we have learned a lot of lessons. And Ibrahim, you spoke about this to some extent, but would you expand on the idea of coordination between government and civil society?
Evet, yine yaşadığımız çoklu kriz örneğinden hareket edersek aslında
various examples of public crisis. At times, we receive training programs, we have meetings with our partners, we sign protocols, or we attend conferences and workshops, such as this one. And all these allow us to elaborate further on these issues. And this also gives us the chance to reflect on the things we are doing and why we are doing these interventions. We usually have different sectors: healthcare, education, social services, emergencies, natural disasters, intervention programs. So we have different compartments, and for each compartment we undersign protocols with respect to ministries, with line agencies. And through this way, we try to clarify their roles as well as our roles. And this also gives us the chance to understand the field better, understand what's happening on the ground better. We also conclude protocols with international organizations. These protocols outline possible actions that we will undertake in case of a crisis or in case of an emergency. Sometimes we don't always notice when an emergency is unfolding, but when we are faced with a crisis or multiple crises, these pre-planned actions serve as an insurance policy, because you keep paying for your insurance policy, and maybe at times you question why you are making this payment for the insurance policy. However, at the end of the day, all this preparation, be it training or certain collaboration, will just pay off when you are faced with a crisis, an emergency. And of course, how fast you can take an action and how flexible you are, it also all depends on these pre-plans or your insurance policy, so to speak. And here, we know that civil society can be more flexible. It can offer a more nuanced understanding on issues, seeing different layers of issues. So that's why civil society's contribution has been valuable. We have just discussed about responding to crisis. Those who cannot effectively respond to crisis may also lose their effectiveness altogether, because we're talking about children here, and in the first 2 days of the earthquake, together with UNICEF, we carried out evacuation of 900 children who were who needed protection. And in times of emergency, you need to deal with so many problems all at the same time, and you need to be results-based, and you need to come up with tangible outcomes. And this is one way for civil society to contribute. We have also established a search and rescue team in emergencies. This was our own internal unit. And we kept organizing trainings time and again, and our participants were sometimes seeing it as an additional training or yet another training. But when we were hit by the earthquake in winter conditions, without any power, without any functioning gas stations, then you understand the importance of preparation, because it is always easy to question why we're receiving these trainings or organizing these trainings, but in a very short period of time, we could call, we could reach out to our unit members who were trained, and they were dispatched to the earthquake region in a very short period of time, and they could be present in the earthquake region, and they were able to speak multiple languages and communicate with people in multiple languages. And by the way, the victims of earthquake, some of them had a psychology that maybe they would not be given priority in earthquake relief efforts if they speak a certain language. That's why having translators, interpreters, or our unit team speaking in their own language was quite important, and this was possible thanks to our emergency action plan. It also helps each stakeholder to know their roles and responsibilities, their flexibility margin. Well, actually, we are living in the age of sustainable crises, or a sustained crisis, intently sustained crisis, so to speak. That's why we shouldn't only approach them as emergencies any longer, but these are crises that are happening and being perpetuated time and again, and civil society will definitely have roles and responsibilities here. This has been our experience so far.
Set of things. I want to underline one of your points that you made at the beginning, which is the importance of written protocols. One of the problems that we have, and Hiro was talking about this, that people change in leadership posts. I always look for who they're going to be there forever. The permanent secretary in some countries, or the deputy of somebody or other, or the main program leader, and make sure that they are part of the signatory list, and that it's written and it's renewed every X amount of time, usually a year. It could be sooner if people wished. But that is absolutely critical for achieving the coordination. Go on to...
Sure. Well, and I just want to elevate the comments of our colleague from Assam, because I think it's such an important practical experience, and the tremendous work that you all did in the earthquake response and across the country is really amazing and so commendable. I will provide a small example on the other side of the border in northeast Syria, where we were also supporting in the earthquake response. And fortunately, because we had already been working through the Athlan Simsim program in the coordination and sort of local advocacy efforts around bringing together early childhood actors, there had been an established network of early childhood partners within northeast Syria with agreed upon goals and initiatives, understanding each role and responsibility of the various different partners. And so while the earthquake itself wasn't predicted, they were able to quickly mobilize and share information and resources and capacity building very quickly in the aftermath of the emergency. And so we see that kind of pre-positioning and pre-planning as critical. The other thing I would add is, and this goes to our point around pre-planning as well, but as much as polycrises events have become seemingly more chaotic and unpredictable, our information systems and data analysis and ways to predict disasters has actually incredibly increased. And so we need to tap into that knowledge to better understand what are those hotspots, what are those areas where we can be more proactive in pre-positioning support. And that includes mental health and psychosocial support resources. We're able to predict where we think droughts are, and so we put food in storage containers and water in certain places. I think we can do similar things for polycrisis events where we know that there are hotspots where there's cyclical instances of violence and very prone to climate change and disaster. We can provide psychological first aid training. We can strengthen the mental health psychosocial support, civil society initiatives in ways that they're better able to respond in coordinated ways. And as I mentioned in the previous comments, kind of in terms of coordination, new and innovative ways for sharing information and resources are really needed so that it's not just through kind of the traditional cluster systems or humanitarian structures, which have functioned to a degree, but I think the world is requiring much more sophisticated strategies to be able to.
Do you think that enough attention is given to children and families during crises?
Certainly not.
What do you think we should do about
So, I mean, the data that we have from a few years ago, and I don't think it's changed dramatically, is that only 2% of humanitarian funds go to early childhood development. And the vast majority of that is not focused on responsive caregiving or early learning. It's more some of the other elements of early childhood, which are all critical. But we know that, as we've heard time and again, and particularly emphasized today, the first 1,000 days and the next 1,000 days and the next are critical early, setting the foundation for future trajectories. So, and which also establishes sort of the peace, lays the foundation for peace and stability of the societies. So we need to raise attention to these needs and also draw from the vast experiences of organizations in this room, all of you all who do have practical examples of how you've been able to implement early childhood in crisis contexts, because we can't continually say that we don't, it's too complicated or it's too hard or we don't know how. We do.
I think we have a lot of the answers. I don't think we've brought them together, and we need to have the opportunity to do that, but we also need the resources to be able to essentially implement on those lessons learned from country to country. Thank you very much, Katie. Gina, on the question of coordination between governments and civil society.
Well, the programs, as I said, right from the beginning, have been based on a principle of partnership. So because the program contains the objectives of the EU, but also the government policy priorities in Ireland and also in Northern Ireland. So that's the starting point where we know what the program, what they're trying to achieve. And it comes back to something we were talking about earlier this morning from the World Bank side about evaluation. It's all about impact. And we have to be thinking less about money, numbers of projects, which I know I mentioned, but that's just to give you an idea of scale, and more about the impact of the program. So we set about saying, what is it we're trying to achieve? And in terms of integration, if you actually just ask the one question, what does good look like? What does good look like in a humanitarian crisis? What does good look like in a post-conflict society? What does good look like now as you support people through that? So if you start from that, and all of the agencies have that as the main, and they put all their own little, egos and statuses and all of those things to the side and focus on the one issue, what does good look like for the citizens, because that's what it's all about. So whenever the programs are established, we work on that partnership principle with all of the government priorities, but then we drop down a level to all the statutory agencies who have an evidence and empirical evidence that support a lot of the work that they do. And then we drop right down to the community and to the citizens. And we go out and we engage with the citizens on a one-to-one basis. We hold public meetings, town hall meetings. We bring them along and we ask them, what is it that you need? Not what they think you need or they think you need. Tell me what you need, And so there we get a lot of the information from them about what their real needs are and what is achievable. Because anybody who knows with relation to policy, as was mentioned earlier, there is policies developed by a very small group of people who are sitting in probably a nice little office somewhere in a tower block. They are not living in the real world of deprivation and hunger and poverty and addiction and mental health conflict and trauma. They're not living in that world, and they establish those policies. Therefore, when we write and design the program of what needs to be delivered to help build peace and prosperity for our citizens, we go and we ask them. And then we put them all together. I call it the Venn diagram of the programme, and where all of those things overlap of the government priorities, the EU objectives, the needs of the people, and that we do a socio-economic needs analysis as well, so that it's backed up by research, and the bit in the middle is how we design the programme. And that means that people feel it whenever they get access to that programme, because it's what they needed, not what somebody else thought they needed.
And that meant you had to go in and do consultation workshops at the local level with the people.
Looking people in the eye.
Exactly.
You have to go in, and don't be sending out forms and consultation documents. You need to go in and speak to people in the medium in which they're comfortable, in the language in which they're comfortable, in the cultural sensitivities with which they're comfortable. But you need to look people right in the eye and work out what it is they need, and then design what you're going to give them.
And one thing that's very important with that is to bring some of the people from those ministries and from other official bodies, directors even of civil society organizations who don't go out that much. There are some in this world.
There are many.
Not I. and have them experience. And they say, you know, I've changed my mind. I think it should be this and this. And did you notice that they said this here, and they said the same thing here, and the same thing? I think that they're saying this. Do you think so? Well, yes, I guess we do. So getting the voice of the people, Vox Populi, get them up to the top, and the people from the top to talk to the people at the local level. And that, I think, is very powerful. There are a lot of ways to go about it, but it's so important. Ali.
So, thank you, but again, I'm going to bring you back a little bit to the reality in Palestine. And I am so sorry to be in this position to report drawbacks rather than celebrate successes in terms of the coordination, in terms of the different players play in synergy and synchrony. The attack on Gaza was followed by a request from the UN and international agencies to withdraw from Gaza. And that happened. Is it right? Is it wrong? It is not me to judge, but it's a big question. Should the international community withdraw from a place with complete knowledge that there will be a disaster there? Question to ask. The government of Gaza and the government of the West Bank are not considered as a player in that location for political reasons. And that left the civil society and the community volunteers to take over the emergency response. And it is not an emergency response to a scale of, it is an emergency response to a scale that 26 out of the 35 hospitals in that district were dismantled. More than 400 physicians with different specialties and positions were literally killed, and deliberately, actually. 132 ambulances were damaged. And so we have seen collapse of healthcare, we have seen famine, we have seen displacement, we have seen operations without anesthesia. And that is the situation where the civil society came in. And it is my moral duty here on this platform to salute the following agencies because they were the safe valve. Otherwise, healthcare, food distribution, shelter would have collapsed. And these are the Red Crescent, Sharik, Youth Forum, and Judur for Health and Social Development, and to salute a person who was a maestro in that coordinated on-the-ground effort, sitting with us, Dr. Ghassan Isa, coordinating huge political and financial support to efforts on the ground. How did they manage? I think they managed by the feeling that we have no choice. There was no choice, but also feeling that this is a moral and human duty that they are obliged to give to their own families, to their own people. Looking ahead, I think we have a lot to learn. As Palestinians, we need really to build, first, proper coordinated multi-sector plans. Second, not really count on external resources rather than building resilient people and resilient organizations. Third, work together with our colleagues for decent evidence-based advocacy so that we are able, maybe, to lower the extent to which we are vulnerable and fragile. Thank you.
I am so glad that you brought up the positive things that we can look forward to and we can hope for and work for.
And there will be.
And that shows the spirit of the people, and it is through your voice that it is coming out. So we thank you for that response very, very much. I'd now like to ask a question that has to do with the children of all abilities. We've had the experience recently in the Ukraine where we had high-level specialists in ECI trained in the Ukraine, very, very competent, and they came out and they could not be employed in other countries because they did not have a certification from the country of Romania, Moldova, wherever. And they couldn't do their work, but they were there. They were specialized and could have assisted. Instead, others had to work double and triple time to be able to assist the children with disabilities and developmental delays and their parents, because we want it to be family-centered and family attention and completely. What advice do you have individually for ensuring that the many, many children, and we're not talking about small percentages, these are large percentages of children with developmental delays and disabilities, and on top of that, the children affected by trauma, who are almost all of them, are from almost every type of an emergency that exists. What are we doing to ensure we include them always in our work? Ali?
Yeah, I mean, I want to bring a lot of also positive things that bringing children and families into focus has been the concern of many organizations. And looking at the system approach, there were physical health issues to address, but also there were issues of displacement and mental health, psychosocial issues to address. I will look at the mental health, psychosocial issues, and these were first trying to provide first aid help to those acutely hit by the operation. And here I'm thinking about West Bank and Gaza.
Yeah.
Because West Bank also is affected, but by a more soft, smooth kind of occupation operations. And that first aid could not have been done without deployment and training of community volunteers or specialists that are residing within certain geographic locations. Second, looking at those cases who would need specialized help and then identify within certain affected communities focal points who would be able to act. And in that sense, there has been work on mental health, psychosocial. There has been work also on women's health and assisted labors and newborn care. And at last, there were the heroes who were eager to provide care for those who demonstrated mental health and psychiatric issues as a result of the exposure. And these were present. However, the massive shortage of medications made it difficult to address these cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Ibrahim, what have you been doing with families who have children with developmental delays and disabilities and are also traumatized because of the emergencies? Do you have some suggestions on lessons learned in that realm?
Well, first of all, what Mr. Ali has said, I would like to agree. I would like to say that I agree with what you have said. We're talking about certain fundamental principles from a human rights perspective. However, both the countries and international actors, no matter how much they plan for all these things, when it comes to aid providers, when it comes to service providers, journalists, being in a position not to be able to carry out their professional duties. When we talk about an environment where children are just children, so many things that we talk about are not really doable in reality, no matter how much we talk about these issues, no matter how much we plan ahead. In Turkey, especially in terms of children and caregivers, and mainly mothers, we do believe that this topic pertains to more than one field of service. So we have multi-service centers, as we call them. So we provide services during pregnancy and in the postnatal period to make sure that the well-being of children is kept at the highest level. So we have a methodology that we have designed together with UNICEF, and our employees, our staff, has been trained accordingly. And we believe that it's important to have mobile service centers rather than office-based service centers, especially during the multiple crises. This is very important. And cooperation between the public and the NGOs is important. So during the crisis, we are able to roll out our services everywhere on a mobile level. In many camps, by the way, we have in 15 different locations, by the way, hubs, 15 hubs. And we carry out activities for early childhood development period. We have been creating child-friendly spaces, and also for young girls and mothers, we have created these safe spaces that are called safe spaces for girls and mothers. So children can have access to these services safely. And this requires collaboration between the public sector, private sector, NGOs, and municipalities, local administrators. So it all boils down to the same thing. But I would like to say once again that children, especially during periods of multiple crises, are not really aware of what they are going through, of the crisis. But the biggest concern and worry of the parents is to avoid any trauma for the future of their kids. So they are worried about their kids' future. So anything that you do for children, any service you provide for children are also a service of psychosocial support for adults in that sense. So the service models being mobilized is very important. So having mobile service models is very important. So you have to identify the fundamental principles. You need to know the socio-cultural characteristics of the community you're operating in. So, for instance, a methodology implemented in an African country would not maybe work in Turkey, or a methodology that works in Turkey will not have the same implications in Afghanistan, for instance. Although we need to abide by the core principles, we need to be able to adapt to the culture and the community we're working in. We need to have mobility to do that. And during multiple crises, especially for early childhood period, we need to shape our activities accordingly. However, of course, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. One model that works here might not work all around the world, but again, as I said, we need to talk about core or fundamental principles. That's the essence.
From you and your experience, it's been wonderful to listen to you speak. We're going to have to wrap it up fairly quickly, so I just want one last round of questions and no more. But I'd like to start with Katie. If reflecting upon the lessons learned, what do you think are our next steps? What should we be doing now to begin to address the poly-crisis situation of the world, to try to really make a difference and to work as economically and quickly and flexibly as we can?
Well, unfortunately, there's no simple answer for such a complex issue. But I do think we have so many brilliant minds and organizations working on this. I just want to also say to Ali, I'm so glad that and honored to be part of a panel with you, and so horrified by everything that's happening in Palestine. I was proud that IRC, because of our work in Aïn-Simsim and in the region, we were able to include early childhood development as part of our response to Gaza, which, even being a humanitarian organization, isn't always easy because the needs of young children and families are not always front and center. But we are working on that, and I'm headed to Amman after this to continue working on the Gaza response. But I think that clear things that have emerged for me and through the comments of our colleagues is keeping children and families at the center of understanding our systems mapping and how to engage with systems, the center of understanding how to navigate this complexity of the continuum of crises, of humanitarian development, peace building nexus. And then really importantly, I think, and we've learned this from Aïn-Simsim, is that user perspective of how to increase uptake and engagement, how to make something. Innovation is a term that's maybe overused, but it's really important in terms of what is that secret sauce that's going to bring to life an initiative to make it feel exciting and different and to drive uptake. And for some instances, that may be furry monsters like the Muppets, but it could also be other ways that people can think really innovatively about bringing in some ways to bring hope and excitement and childhood back in some of the most difficult and dismal places. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think that there's a tremendous need for building an entirely new infrastructure at the international level to support people at all levels within countries and within regions. We need regional initiatives as well. Gina?
What would you like me to focus on specifically, Emily?
Right. Lessons learned for the future and what we should be doing now to begin to fill this terrible vacuum of inadequate attention to children and families during, before, during, and after crises.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot has been said. Yeah, a lot has been already said, and it's a very complex area, of course, but you're right. I mean, there has to be an international call to do something collectively in relation to a framework, because we don't want to just leave here and come back again next year and talk about it all again. Yeah. We need to be actually taking some concrete actions to embed childhood services and at the fore of government policy thinking, and to try and get that integrated approach from all the different areas within the different sectors within government, and for them to really understand the needs of the community, which is all about communication. It's about training the community. I mean, we all saw, I think every country saw during the pandemic that the people that were able to actually access the community and the citizens to get the support mechanisms out to them was indeed the community level sector. It wasn't the government level, it was the community level. They were the people who were called on at short notice to get into the heart of the community, because they know how to do it. They know who to speak to. They know where the most vulnerable people are. The community know where the most vulnerable people are and what needs to be done. I mean, in the peace programme, we actually fund a lot of different areas, and one of the areas that we fund is children and young people. And that's young people from the ages, 14 to 24. Now, unfortunately, as we all know, peace and prosperity are the two sides of the same coin. So a lot of the young people who've been the most deprived areas, and still are in the most deprived areas in our region in particular, are going to probably be the youngest parents. So it just, unfortunately, the economic circumstances, it works like that. So really what we try to do is work with those young people as well before they become parents, because what we're trying to do is raise their expectation, raise their life opportunities, and in so doing know that they'll get a better future, but so will their children. Ali,
they're the hope for the future.
Yeah.
Ali?
Well, I mean, I will start from the bottom and say, I think the lesson learned is really to invest a lot about building resilient communities. And not as a slogan, but also building those skills that would enable communities resist and be resilient and cope positively with stressors. At the medium level, I think it is important that we as Palestinians need to invest into creating viable, resisting institutions. With that, I mean system of healthcare, system of emergency response system, multidisciplinary system for crisis management and response, so that the whole construct becomes a solid and robust one that is capable to face any emergencies. But this is less important. The most important are two things. One of them is really to open dialogue between the government as a duty bearer and as the partners, the international partners, as another layer of the duty-bearing institutions, to build a strategic plan whereby this entity, which is the country, Palestine, is more resistant and more viable in terms of development, but also crisis response. But the most important thing is really the work upward, which is the addressing the root cause of the crisis, ending the occupation that will finish the need for documenting and reporting the negative impact on children and families in times of war. And that's a big message, because everyone is accountable to say it. Because what we are seeing now is only a continuation of what has been done, what has been happening during the last 76 years. And that root cause, if not addressed, then we only lecture, and then we only speak about the theory of humanitarian response without having the assurance that we have a mitigating measure or we have a solid promise for a better future of children.
I pray that that will be the case, and that we will pass over this period and it will be possible to build a very positive future for those children and families.
Thank you.
It's a big ask, but that's what we would like to have. Would you like to say something, Ibrahim, at the last? Yes.
Bizim en sık karşılaştığımız durumlardan birisi. Özellikle de
issues
çoklu
that we are faced
krizlerde
with. One
aslında
of the
genel
most
anlamda
frequent issues we're faced with in the age of the polycrisis
bir seferberlik
era
binlerce
is mobilization. Thanks to mobilization efforts, thousands of organizations can come together. I'm not talking about mobilization at individual level, by the way. I'm talking about institutional, organizational mobilization. So, in case of an emergency, in the very first month, you see thousands of organizations rolling up their sleeves, they're joining the relief efforts, but that only lasts for 1 month. And we see this also in Afghanistan, in Palestine, so it is rather short-lived. Another issue that we encounter frequently is the fact that aid workers do not always have a nuanced understanding of sensitivities, especially when it comes to gender or dynamics of the conflict. And as Camus has said, and I quote, "Good intention, if not enlightened, may also harm." As bad intention, this is how Camus tells us what happens if we are full of good intentions, but we are not informed. So I think this is very illustrative of the case of aid workers. Before responding to any crisis in the field, they should be prepared, they should have an understanding of the context, and in the aftermath of the acute period, when it comes to policy-making process, we need to have opinion leaders, we need to have people who can represent different communities, and they should be engaged in the policy-making processes. And last but not least, having some takeaway messages, having some lessons learned will be quite vital. We don't learn lessons, we don't put things on paper, because we don't take lessons, we don't write that experience, we don't put that on record, we just keep on doing the same mistakes, and then we do the same thing, and then we expect different results. But Einstein has already said that this would not be meaningful if we just do the same thing and expect different results. So we need to take lessons properly, we need to put this on record, and we need to do our plans accordingly.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a couple of last comments. We're facing an existential crisis. We're facing a situation where if we do not move quickly, we will not have a viable world. And we're quite aware of the fact that we do not have the structures currently and the financial flows to handle this. The funds are not there for the current numbers of humanitarian crises that exist. We're way falling short on that. We have to unite. As the UNICEF document said, we have to unite the funding that comes from development support, from the climate change work, and from all of the other types of funding that come for humanitarian affairs, and look at them as one instead of separate pots. And put the children and the families at the center, because they're going to inherit the earth. So it is time to have a real call for action and real action. Because if we don't, we're standing behind. And if we don't stand up for the children, I wonder who will. So I think it's up to us to think anew and to organize ourselves and move forward. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you to our presenters.
Tüm değerli panelistlerinize katkılarından dolayı
We would like to thank all our distinguished panelists. We now would like to invite them again to the stage for a session photo shoot. Since we are lagging behind the program, we will now break for coffee, and we will reconvene at 4 p.m. For our fourth panel.
Türkiye'de erken çocukluk meseleleri ve gelecek rotaları başlıklı.
It's now time for our panel 4. What are the major ECD issues and future pathways in Turkey? I would like to invite our moderator, Elif Çelebi from Kocaeli University, as well as our panelists, Serra Müderrisoğlu, Professor of Clinical Psychology, Berin Akman from Hacettepe University, Burcu Meltem Arık from Education Reform Initiative, and UNICEF Turkey, Head of Programs, Terry Durnian, to the stage. Good afternoon. This is the very last session of the day, as we're all aware, but it is going to be one of the most important sessions, if I may say so. Since the morning session, we have heard from very distinguished panelists. We have heard in-depth presentations, and it is now time to talk about major ECD issues. We have very limited time, and there are so many things, so many issues to talk about. But I'm sure our panelists will do a great job in sharing their key points with us. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the panelists. But first, let me introduce myself. This is Elif Çelebi from Kocaeli University, Department of Education. I work particularly on preschool education, and I've assumed the role of Dean of the Faculty recently. So there are many issues we can talk around education, but with my moderator hat, I may also provide my own input every now and then. But I would very much like our panelists to provide their input as much as possible. We have our distinguished panelist, Serra Müderrisoğlu. She is a very prominent clinical psychologist. Over to you, Professor. Thank you very much for this introduction. I started studying at Boğaziçi University in 1986. We did not have AÇEV Foundation back then, but of course we had Professor Kağıtçıbaşı, Professor Beckman and colleagues. They have already been working on this issue on early childhood development, and their work has inspired me and has shed a light on my own scholarly work. And of course, I feel very privileged to be with you here as we celebrate 30th anniversary of AÇEV. When I started studying at Boğaziçi University, I particularly worked on street children with families who were internally displaced. So we did somehow the Turkish version of Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and we looked into the issue of child poverty and its relation to migration and its implication on children. And Professor Aisha has put us all together. And by the way, Pınar Uyan Semerci is also here with us. So this was a team that came together and worked on these issues, and I feel very proud that I had the chance to be part of this team. So I will be talking about children's well-being thanks to this experience. And later on, we also did home visits, family visits, starting from prenatal, and also with infants up to 3 years. I will be providing my own observations on all these questions. Thank you very much. Actually, we are talking about 30 years of experience for AÇEV. As all speakers have already mentioned, it's a true privilege to be here with you today. And it's also quite pivotal that we are discussing major ECD issues at this panel. At this conference, we're discussing possible solutions for the future. We are talking about future pathways, and I'm confident that we will have a very significant input and suggestions from our professors. So we have the professor of professors, if I may say. We have our senior professor, Bejrin Akman. I would now like to give the floor to her. So there are many senior and distinguished professors who have been our own professors, by the way. We all recognize Ms. Kağıtçıbaşı, Ms. Beckman, and Professor Tanju. So we should give the credit to them first and foremost. I have been working mostly on early childhood education, covering ages 0 to 6. I mostly work on the questions around quality, early intervention, children at risk, both in Turkey and across the world. I look into different models, different approaches. Sera Müderrisoğlu has reminded us the days when AÇEV was founded. In those years, we were the young researchers doing field work, and every time AÇEV would publish a report, we would call them as yellow bulletins, yellow pages. So this has really informed us a lot in our own academic studies. Thank you. And we also have a representative from Education Reform Initiative, Burcu Meltem Arık. You're all familiar to the work of the Education Reform Initiative. They publish very meaningful reports. They offer important pathways for us, and they will certainly provide a great input to this particular panel. Thank you for this introduction and for inviting me to this very distinguished panel. Education Reform Initiative was founded in 2013, and AÇEV is one of the founders and supporters of our initiatives. So since 2015, we have been working to safeguard the right to education for all children, students prior to their higher education. And we do this through our collaborations with civil society, private sector, and other stakeholders. We come together, we actually come up with our shared wisdom, and we both make an effort to identify the weaknesses as well as the strengths. On the one hand, we try to make an influence on the public sector and inform public at large. There are multiple studies adopting different indicators, but one of the most prominent studies we have undertaken is in the field of early childhood development. Thank you. We also have a representative from UNICEF, Turkey, Terry Drunian. So we will be turning to Terry.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor to be here on the 30th anniversary and such an amazing discussions about the opportunities and challenges within ECD. UNICEF, globally I won't mention because my colleague has already mentioned that from the first panel. But we've been working in Turkey since 1951, really looking at how do we engage the system, but also at the local level. How do we address the rights and needs of children? And we take a very much a life cycle approach, not focus on the sector primarily, but looking at the different levels of child development, what do children need, what are their rights, and how do we engage that, bringing the relevant sectors in together, like education, health, family and social services, labor. And then more focus on, so we focus on young children and adolescents. But for us, looking at ECD is really looking at the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I think from previous panels, we've heard of the importance of this period in a child's life and why we need to look at providing the best start possible. And UNICEF and Turkey has been working, private sector, civil society. We're a partner with AÇEV for quite a while now, working on key issues at the national as well as the local level. And how do we bring these partners together to initiate change? And at the national level, we're looking at, there's a new ECD draft policy that's under review. And really the challenge is, as discussed before, how do we bring the multiple sectors together? Because we know that children don't live in sectors, but governments often program, and we often program in those areas. So how do we bring them cohesively together? Not just the national level, and the challenge with this, Turkey, it's very centralized, but how do we bring together at the local level? And I think as the last panel mentioned, really affect, engage with the family and the child, which is very important. And sometimes at the national level, in our discussions, we often lose sight of that with policy and politics. So I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Evet, aslında tabii bir önceki oturumda da Sayın Ali Şar da bahsetti biliyorsunuz Filistin'den. Çok yakın coğrafyamızda maalesef çok
close vicinity, unfortunately, we have been dealing with wars, struggles, challenges. We have people facing these challenges. The most recent example is the massacres that we have in Gaza. It's very difficult to call it something else. It's a huge genocide, huge massacre. And similarly in Ukraine, for the last 2.5 years, a similar process has been going on. Many children were affected. And as you know, in Syria, there is this war that has been going on for the last decade or 12 years, which has many implications on our country as well that we have to struggle with. In the morning, Ms. Ayla also talked about it. Very recently, we have been actually witnessing this major earthquake, and we're still trying to overcome the implications of the earthquake. We hear many sad stories. We're still going through this process of recovery, actually. Every single day we face a new challenge. So from a global perspective, we can say that now in this age of technology, by the way, we have now everything at our disposal, social media, networks. We have many resources that help us experience these things, these challenges. So, going to the local level, when we look at ourselves and consider our work, we need to find new ways of working. We need to come up with new ideas. That's why I do believe that today's meeting is very important. Of course, we have this history of 30 years that we can talk about, and maybe our professors can also talk about. So let me start by asking Professor Serra. She has extensive work on child poverty and other related issues. Let me ask you, Professor, in our country, for children who have difficulty accessing education and accessing other services, we have many vulnerable groups, among which we have the age group of early childhood. And what should be the priorities in terms of addressing the needs of these vulnerable groups? Can you talk about them? Thank you. Well, of course, when it comes to thinking about the needs of the children, we need to start by considering them as children of today rather than the adults of tomorrow. We need to consider children starting from infancy. Maybe they can start talking only after the 0 to 3 years period, but we need to start by talking about the well-being by defining the needs. Well, well-being is not related to social indicators only. It's not only about survival, it's not only about vaccination, but it's about the life they pursue, the relations they establish, the ability to fulfill their potential, their relation to the environment, to the family. So we have many different areas, and we're also trying to establish a target. Again, in this meeting also we are trying to do that. How can we create a value, a living being that will have a future? That's what we're trying to emphasize. So this approach of well-being starts from the early years, and it's all about understanding their own reality, not as adults, not as teachers, but as people who can make sense of their experience. Mr. Hiro talked about meaning making in the morning, right? We've talked about it in the previous sessions as well. So what is a meaningful life for children? What does it mean to make meaning? Other speakers also talked about it. What are the needs of the child? We need to define it first, and then we can start our journey. And for that, we need to think about the methodology. What kind of a methodology can we use to better understand or really understand the needs of the children? So, one of the most important parts of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, is all about effective participation of children and inclusion of children, getting their opinion on surveys, for instance. Maybe that we can also engage the children in certain research activities as well. I think this is very important. Including them is important. And this will give us a very different methodology to empower children, to have resilient, strong children who can become adults in the future, adults who can stand on their 2 feet. So it's not about a few people like ourselves defining all these policies in our offices, but we need to, of course, define all these things together with the children, with the community, with the society, in an inclusive manner. You've talked about Gaza and all the aggressions and violence. Of course, vulnerable children are very important because children are the most vulnerable groups in such conflicts. We need to make them resilient both before the crisis, during the crisis, and in the aftermath of the crisis. We need to plan for all these things, because if the child doesn't feel safe in an environment, they cannot learn anything in their environment, they cannot fulfill themselves, fulfill their potential. So in an environment where the child is unsafe, they cannot establish meaningful relations with their siblings, parents, relatives, teachers. So we need to have a holistic approach to identify what's happening in the living environment of a child and how these different areas interact with one another. Based on that, we can identify the needs, I guess. Okay, thank you, Professor. You talked about some challenges, especially challenges in terms of access. Let me give the word to Professor Bergin. Well, I have some questions for you, of course, in terms of access to education. Yes, in our country, we do face some problems in terms of access to education. According to you, what are these challenges and what should be the strategies to be followed? Can you talk about them? Yes, of course I can, but I want to add a few more indicators in terms of well-being that Professor Serra talked about. We're talking about a holistic approach in education. In all sessions, this was something that was mentioned. Access is considered only as access to school in our country. However, good access and resilient access is important. Children should have access to school with well-being. So in terms of identifying if every child can have access to basic services, we need to identify if there is security of food in healthcare. And you also talked about a safe environment. So we should question if there is access to a safe environment. And most importantly, social inclusion and equality has to be considered when we say access. From that perspective, of course, the indicators of access are many, like socioeconomic indicators, gender equality, geographical awareness, everyone having access to ECD services, participation of families, society. Indicators such as these have to be analyzed in terms of to what extent we meet them. In our country, still today, girls are not sent to school, especially daughters of seasonal workers or daughters of families with younger siblings are not sent to school because they are considered as responsible of giving care to their siblings. And in rural areas, especially in terms of early childhood development, requirements are not met. Again, because the schools are mainly in urban areas, again, access is not equal for everyone. And in terms of quality standards of ECD, there is no standard, actually. These are not sustainable. Teachers, schools, when it comes to quality standards, we don't have sustainable quality standards for them, so there is no equality. That's what we see. Again, in terms of early childhood education programs are like early childhood interventions. These programs also train and educate the parents, and as parents are responsible of educating their children, it's very important, especially for families at risk, to understand the importance of early childhood education. So we need to create awareness about the importance of early childhood education. Thank you so much. Let me turn to Burcu. We talk about policies. After having listened to what the professors have said, maybe I can ask you the following. We have groups that are difficult to access. We have some challenges, yes, but as civil society organizations, as educational institutions, what do we need to do? Who should do what? How can we make sure that these services are provided and are accessible by these children? What would you say about this? Any ideas? Thank you so much. Maybe I can start by giving some data. Well, we have very difficult access to data for the age group below 3. And for the age group above 3, we only have limited data. Schooling rate for the age of 5 is about 85%. These are the official figures, by the way. And we have to say, they have, if the fact that they have access to education doesn't mean that they receive a quality education. That's a whole different topic. We need to check other wellness criteria. So for the age group 3 to 4, schooling rate goes down to 50%. We have about 2 million children that require early childhood education, and an important portion of these children are not able to have access to quality early childhood education. So what should we do? Let me share some priorities based on our experience, but it's not only about the civil society organizations, but the public organizations should also do something about this. Well, we use many different indicators to monitor the quality of education. One is financing of education, as mentioned by previous speakers. Today, certain policies have been announced in the public sector. When there is a monetary tightening or an economic challenge period, the first thing they give up on is the early childhood development policies. For instance, there was a plan to bring compulsory education down to 5 years. It was a part of the development plan, but now they have totally given up on this target because of the economic situation. Again, we need good quality, free of charge, early childhood development or education policy, taking into consideration women's participation in labor force. And we have micro and macro level problems. One is that the field of children is actually addressed by more than one public entity. And there are some conflicts in the legislation, just like the child labor issue. So the population that needs to be at school is also the population that can work. So that's an important problem in our country. So we need a very clear policy, and there is a lack of coordination. We need coordination. Certain areas are addressed or under the responsibility of the Ministry of Education. Some of them are under the responsibility of Ministry of Family, and it's mentioned on paper that they need to coordinate, but it's very difficult for these ministries to coordinate these efforts. What about my micro level policy recommendations? One of the most fundamental problems for children is child poverty and nutrition because of lack of equality. So the most urgent ones, of course, we can talk about many problems, but the most urgent ones are about these issues, and we need to have effective monitoring, including the Ministry of Health, by the way, so that these services will be provided to the children by the public entities. By the way, it was promised before. However, because of the earthquakes that we had on the 6th of February, first limited these services to the earthquake zone, and now, unfortunately, all the efforts are restricted all around the country. So, access to education in the early childhood period is unfortunately given as a responsibility to the families only. Last year there was a legislative change, so now it's the household that is responsible of these early childhood periods. So there is no consistency in the policies, and it's very difficult to monitor all these policies in a holistic approach. So very briefly, I want to start by saying these things. Okay, thank you so much. You have highlighted very important points. You have made some macro and micro level policy recommendations. We have very limited time, and so very briefly, you were able to give us your opinion. So Terry, let me turn to you. Well, UNICEF is, of course, a UN agency. So, in terms of sustainable development goals, UNICEF is really focusing a lot on SDGs. It's very active in this field. Let me not call it a policy, but you are devising many projects. So as an institution working on SDGs, what do you think should be the priorities for Turkey? What should be the priorities that Turkey needs to focus on? And with these priorities, what kind of a dissemination or rollout can you recommend us? That will be my question.
Okay, simple. I mean, sustainable development goals, I mean, the government does have a plan. I think there's definitely challenges. And I think a lot of the challenges my colleagues mentioned already. And really looking at the aspect for goal 4, looking at education. There's challenges in general population, not even enrollment, but there's also issues around attendance. Because on paper, often things look very good. When you go below the surface, maybe less good. And I think that is some of the challenges in meeting the SDGs in terms of knowing what the true picture is and being able to plan with the true information and getting a true statistical picture presents a lot of challenges for different reasons in the country. And we look at ECD, as I mentioned before, there's hopefully a new policy that will be approved by the government. But as you mentioned, the Ministry of National Education and Family, it's this coordination mechanism, which either will make or break. And making what it projects on paper, action on the ground. And I think that's not only where UNICEF plays a role, but all stakeholders play a role in terms of knowing the policy and engaging at the municipality level, new opportunities, but also the difference between formal education versus early childhood education, which there's a lot more scope in the country in terms of supporting. So I think those hopefully will be opportunities once the policy and the strategy plan is rolled out. But I want to touch on a couple of issues of inequality, which are very important. I think children's disabilities is one of the areas I think needs a lot more light. And the whole area around early detection, when is it done systematically and refer. There's a lot of children at this age really need to be assessed in terms of either developmental challenges they have, and they're referred to the proper health or other services that exist in the country. And then how parents can support that, going back to the importance of family supporting children's learning. And I think another area of inequality is looking at, and I think it's mentioned here, but earlier panels around the refugee crisis in the country. And it does place a lot of strain on the education system at all levels. And I think Turkey should be commended for introducing policies to integrate them as much as possible. At early learning, this is so, so important. Really bringing children in at this age, the language skills, the social skills they learn within a group of native Turkish speakers and non-native Turkish speakers, and engage. We talk about social cohesion, resilience. This is so, so important within that early learning, early socialization environment. And I think that's what's happening, but more of that needs to happen in terms of social cohesion or resilience and leading back to well-being. Because these children who learn those skills at this age are better able to contribute to their family, but also the community going forward. And we see that the difference between children who have access to early learning interventions, they're learning language, they're engaging, this facilitator or the caregiver has some Arabic, but is able to adjust the language to accommodate and really meet the child where their needs are, which is very important. Because if children are not learning those social, linguistic skills, it dominoes later in life. They're more likely to drop out, more likely to have lower paid jobs. And we see that now, the difference between young children and adolescents coming in who are not able or not interested in going to school here, and then don't integrate, and they don't build the resilient skills in later life, which is very, very important. And the same with children with disabilities. And so we really need to really adapt early learning to the context and the issue of access. There are places where children have difficulty accessing, physically getting to early childhood education centers. But that's why we need to look at strategies. How do we bring that to them in their community and in their homes? And that's the strategy that's working in more remote areas, that we're bringing some basic services at the local level by sending the teacher to that remote community that doesn't currently have services, and supporting family, engaging with family and the children. I think that's very important to be
innovative in a simple way, and really introduce the family to the importance of children developing these skills with other children and supported with the family.
Thank you. Evet, aile dediniz aslında doğru. Gerçekten de aileyi işin içine katmak bizim için olmazsa olmazlardan birisi. Tam bu noktada yine aile ile ilgili bir soru yöneltmek istiyorum. Süremiz de çok hızlı geçiyor bu arada.
We should engage family, parents into this whole process. By the way, time flies away. And we've been talking about family right from the beginning. We have said we need to put both children and families at the heart of this process. We all acknowledge that. Another question, let me start with Professor Serra Müderrisoğlu. What are the innovative ideas to engage families into this process? Let me pick up from where I've left off a while ago. Everything starts with children's own experience and how children identify themselves with this experience. And we can come up with many methods if we focus on children's experience. The moment we acknowledge that children are the true owners of their own rights, of their own experience, then it becomes also clear for us that children make their own choices based on their own thinking. And by the way, we don't have one single outlook for all children in the country. We have a very fragmented or layered picture. And of course, this has different implications on different groups of children. For instance, there are some children who also take on responsibilities at home, who also take care of his or her own sibling in order to support the family, even if this means partly giving up on education. So there might be similar constraints for children. That's why we need to think together, both for families, communities, and children. We need to think of their needs collectively, and we should also be empowering them by this collective reflection process. And it is also quite important that the communities feel that this investment is made for them and is made on a sustainable manner, because if they can feel it, then they can feel more resilient. We should not be only limiting ourselves to numerical indicators, for instance, the number of home visits, but rather we should target more sustainable outcomes where we could enhance the capacities of both parents and children. That's why we need to start everything at very, very early ages, starting from pregnancy until the age of 3, and later throughout preschool, so that children have the enabling environment to acquire the skills they need. Not every child should excel in maths, but they should be given opportunities and they should have the access to certain areas where they can develop their skills based on their own interests. Thank you so much for this emote. In fact, I would like to now focus on the rights of the child. This has been also mentioned by both Professor Müderrisoğlu and Ms. Arık. How shall we define child well-being, or what is the level or stage of child's well-being in our case when we look into our education system or home environments? Perhaps I should not really respond to this question because we are not really at the desired level. Professor Müderrisoğlu has highlighted the importance of 0 to 3 years of age. In fact, we should broaden it further up to 6 years. And we should have a more holistic approach. We are talking about early childhood development, and in order to ensure that there should be sustainable family services. And this requires constant financing and effective communication. Therefore, when we look into various studies undertaken in recent years, we don't really see systemic and effective communication, but rather we see poor governance and we see instabilities as findings. And needless to say, for the sake of children's well-being, we need a very good investment and sufficient resources allocated to early childhood development. Every time we hear the results of TEAMS or PISA results, we know that children who had the chance to receive early childhood education, they perform much better in all other domains, both in terms of literacy and STEM. So these scores help us understand the importance of the investment we made into ECD. But then this is rather short-lived. We don't always focus on this important issue. Another issue that we have discussed also in the morning, our tools. So we have very limited policies when it comes to tools and data. So tools and available data do not really inform our policies. Another point is inclusion. Our inclusive policies do not necessarily include all children. And we also lack some effective programs for the most vulnerable children. Actually, we do have such programs, but we can always improve their effectiveness and scope. So we also need advocacy when it comes to early childhood development and child's well-being, child protection, and of course this would entail certain willpower on the part of society. Yet we see rights of children being violated. So this brings me to the very first sentence I said at this panel. We need effective policies, but the effectiveness cannot only be ensured among policymakers or legislators. We need more effective mechanisms that would lead to effective policies at the end of the day. Now that we're discussing policy, we are turning to you once again. You have mentioned earlier on macro and micro policies and the importance of managing and governing all these policies from a single coordinated unit. There should not be any fragmentation or any discrepancy among different policy makers or policies as such. So how can we innovate here? And we don't have magical wands. None of us has a magical wand. But what if we have this opportunity? What if we are to influence a policy? What would be your innovative intervention or idea? Well, yes, I'm smiling, but I'm actually smiling because we already have very good models. We already have very good examples like AÇEV or what Ebru Hoca did, Professor Ebru did in Çanakkale, or these programs at Boğaziçi University. These are wonderful examples, and it is quite important for us to replicate them. I think this is very much needed because as we focus on innovating, we sometimes neglect replicating or strengthening already successful examples, and I think this is one of the main problems in policies, particularly in Turkey. We have issues when it comes to sustainability. Sometimes some successful projects can be disrupted. And by the way, we need to change and transform certain attitudes and approaches. This is also to echo Behrin Akman. Yes, we need to always inform children about their rights, but then we also need to take action when these rights, children's rights, are violated, for instance, by teachers. And we see that sometimes children can get out of care, and then we call them disadvantaged groups or marginalized groups, and then we make efforts to put them back into the system. Well, in fact, if we can address these problems earlier on, these children will not be getting out of care in the first place. So that's why we need a paradigm shift here in terms of our approach. Otherwise, we will keep on discussing the very same problems time and again. In the aftermath of the earthquake in Van, together with Bilgi University Children's Studies Center and Education Reform Initiative, as well as AÇEV, so they visited Van and they made quite important field work, and they came with very significant findings. But if you're talking about the very same problems after the earthquake in Maraş and Antakya, it seems we have a bigger problem here. So we need to look into our system, the system that excludes children, that somehow gets them out of care, that marginalizes them. We need to look into that. And of course, we need to take care of well-being of all children. I'm sorry for being super fast with adding one point after another, but one additional point. When we talk about education of children, we always think of schools, but then we need to think of the city, the district, transportation. So there are many other aspects that interact when we talk about education, and therefore municipalities and school administrations should work closer. We should strengthen their relationship. And AÇEV has significantly contributed strengthening this relation. Turkey, after Japan, among OECD countries, is the second country where policy making happens most at central level. And we have seen that this was posing certain weaknesses on us. We have seen that during the COVID-19 pandemic. We didn't have local plans, we had central plans, and this has once again confined us to this system where children get out of this care. So this is actually a vicious circle. We just keep on moving inside a vicious circle. So this brings me to my next question. So in the past 3 decades, AÇEV has been a trailblazer, so to speak, has landmark achievements, reaching out to women in different parts of the country is quite pivotal. But then AÇEV also has fatherhood programs. They've supported fathers and family. We approach family as a whole. We don't discriminate between mothers and fathers. So we need to strengthen fathers as well. We need to engage fathers too. But how do we get out of this vicious cycle, and how we can improve the issues as we are moving along the circle? Perhaps we can achieve better. Even if we cannot completely break out this circle, we can still improve. what we're already doing. And perhaps UNICEF has additional remarks too, particularly when it comes to the rights of the child and increasing well-being of children. What innovative approaches or projects can be undertaken to that end? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I mentioned already in terms of really looking at not expecting children to come to the services. How do you bring the services to children and communities? And I think that's a significant shift, rather than the traditional expecting the school or the center to be here and everyone must come to it. How do we make the services child-seeking, going out to the children, and supporting issues around the right to education, health, nutrition, play, and how can they be supported at the home? Easy. And how can parents play a role in that? Not as teachers, but as stimulators, supporters of these rights. And the importance of parents recognizing these rights exist, and the importance of fulfilling them for the child in place. And there's not a divide between what we're saying about the child, but also the responsibilities of the parents engaging and supporting on the growth and development of the child. I think it's very important. And I think linking back to us mentioning about Japan and Turkey, I think another interesting comparison is Turkey is one of the two, and the other being Japan, where public financing for pre-primary is less than private, which is really amazing with all the discussions and the low investment. So I think linking into the sustained funding, and I think that's linked to, I think one you mentioned about making early learning compulsory. So it obligates government to invest and sustain investment. And too often, investment or interest is linked to whoever's in a position, and it's at the national level, but also municipality. Is there a shift in our staff or government? Often what was done before, if it's good or bad, it's stopped, let's do new. I mean, it's not only Turkey that happens, it happens many places. So it's really how do we embed these policies, as you mentioned, so they're non-negotiable. It's not something that's embedded in the system somehow that everyone buys in because it's so important. As you mentioned, the child today, but the adult tomorrow, because the adult tomorrow is going to be impacted on unless they develop this bastion of skills and competencies at this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to develop and move forward, and being supported through that cycle, that life cycle. Because when we talk about adolescence skills, if young children haven't developed those basic skills around communication, cooperation, problem solving at a very basic level, how can we expect adolescents to be doing the same skills when they haven't learned the basics? So it has the impact on the individual, but also the individual child going forward into life, and ultimately the society. And I think that's what people need to realize, that it's not my opinion or this individual or this government, but if you're talking about national pride, it's beyond what I think, but the reality, the science of the importance of moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Aslında güzel bir nokta gerçekten de. Sonuçta biz çocukları eğittiğimiz zaman geleceği de bir şekilde dönüştürebilme şansına sahibiz. Biraz uzun vadede olacak bir şey ama bu
future. Of course it will happen in the long haul, but it's an important thing you said, Terry. Okay, we're running out of time. Maybe 3 more minutes per each speaker to conclude. In terms of demographics, family structure, cultural values and expectations, we are going through a change. We call it the digital age, digital era. I think some speakers mentioned that in previous sessions. We have been struggling with challenges, difficulties, financing issues, but we also have certain transformations. Every single day, something new happens. So I would like to ask you to think about that transformation. One by one, I will ask you in the last round. I want you to think the same thing. In this transformation, thinking about the scientific data you have, by the way, you are researchers and you too are from groups that gather important data in terms of size. Thinking about the coming decade, what kind of different practices should we be able to come up with? What should we do so that, yes, we are talking about it today, but 5 years later we will be able to say that, yes, we have reached our target. And maybe in 10 years we will really fulfill our targets and then we will start a new journey. So what should be the practices in terms of change? Well, first of all, I would like to remind something. The OECD 2020 data shows that after Costa Rica, the country with the highest child poverty is our country. So this cannot wait. This is the #1 priority. So we have such a huge child poverty in our country. Very concretely, we need to have this very comprehensive approach, including the entire development, starting from the day one after a child is born. We need to do something about development in terms of having access to quality services, nutrition. That's how the gap widens, actually. That should be our #1 priority. Because we need to eradicate the inequalities and child poverty. And for that, we need to come up with concrete policies and we need to follow up on them. Ms. Berin also said we need to have a data-based monitoring to see if there is really a transformation or not. This should be the most important thing. Of course, programs should include local governments, central government, of course, at local level, schools, neighborhoods, families, everything has to be told together. This is not something that we can leave up to the parents alone. No, they cannot cope with this poverty alone, especially now with the ever-increasing vulnerabilities because of the economic challenges we're facing as a country. This is really an important vulnerability for children. Well, children at the age of 8 are able to talk like an economist. And there was a child who was saying, I wasn't supposed to know these things about the economy at this age. I was supposed to go out and play. I wasn't supposed to worry about my parents being able to pay the rent. No, a child was saying when interviewed. So imagine a child going to school with these concerns in their mind. So the #1 priority should be to fight against child poverty. We need to devise all mechanisms accordingly. It's not about financial resources I'm talking about. We need to harness different resources for more vulnerable groups. Okay, thank you. What about you, Professor? What would you recommend or suggest? Okay, let me put it this way. Innovation, innovative approaches, all these things are very important for access, but it's all about how you use them with the right content, with the right presentation. Well, when we look at the SDGs, in terms of early childhood development, there is a framework, a guiding framework drawn by the SDGs, because things like poverty, inequality that impact the lives of children are mentioned in this framework in terms of how we should fight against them. So the Sustainable Development Goals are providing an important guideline for us. We need to take it as a guideline, and we need to make all our efforts compatible with the SDGs to make sure that every child will fulfill their utmost potential. We need the right policies, of course, for that. Okay, thank you. Anything else you would like to add? Well, I would like to, of course, I agree with what has been said so far, but as an additional priority, I will mention two, actually. One is social polarization. Social polarization is an important barrier to our solutions. In a research, I don't exactly remember the figures, but it was mentioned that the children of the communities that are considered as the other community, people are not accepting their right to education. There is an increasing trend, actually, in terms of polarization. And it's a barrier in terms of working together to devise a solution to any problem. So the civil society should also do the planning, and the public should also do the planning by considering these polarizations. In the past, we had different campaigns, such as Let's Go to School Girls or Girls' Education campaigns, and we have seen the nice outputs when different segments of the society were able to come together. Now we need that unity ever more in this multiple crisis times. Another thing that we need to take into consideration as the public and civil society is about AI, for instance. All these policy development processes, when we actually handle them, we need to be aware of the fact that the severity and the frequency will ever increase. The scientists are saying this, but when we look at our own education policies, we haven't been able to integrate this understanding to our systems. Ms. Nazlı asked certain questions in the morning, and different organizations or institutions, when it comes to climate change, economic crisis, they have certain perspectives, and we need to understand them in the short, medium, and long term. There is migration, for instance. You plan something. You plan a training in Konya, saying that we will need so many number of classrooms for so many people for early childhood development. Then there is a massive migration influx. Then the investment you made no longer makes any sense because you have more people. You need more classrooms. Okay. And I think we have this inertia, as we call it. Maybe I can refer to it as laziness among the institutions. Instead of immediately acting on something, they want to like wait and see. Maybe the problem will be solved. But I guess we need to take action, right? Otherwise, we might lose a generation. People will be deprived of many things, and that's a huge pain, of course. Yes, what about you? As UNICEF, what do you think? As our last panelist, what would you recommend?
I will repeat, I think all my fellow panelists really highlighted key issues. I think ultimately for me, and I think I said it before, is keeping the child at the center of what we do and not lose focus. And the policy what we're developing is really contextualized to where the child is. Because we know in Turkey, from Hatay to Istanbul to Izmir, the context is very different. Mm-hmm. And the children potentially have different needs. So how do we adapt those policies to meet the individual needs of those children and those community, engaging more widely, looking at the various roles of stakeholders and supporting that? Thank you.
Thank you. Evet, süremiz çok güzel yetişti. Tebrik ediyorum bu arada bütün
But we have been very good at timing. I would like to thank all our panelists for paying attention to time as well. So this was our last panel with mainly Turkish speakers. But I guess since the morning we have had very good presentations, but I believe you would have specific questions for our speakers on this panel. So I see Professor Sibel has a question. Can we pass a microphone? First of all, I would like to commemorate or congratulate AÇEV for their 30 years. I was with AÇEV at least during the 28 years of this 30-year period in the advisory board for program work, qualifications work, quality work. We work together with them. Our team is basic and fundamental problems about children and what to do about them. I've been waiting since the beginning. When are we going to really start implementing this program they have been presenting us? It's being delayed. I call it the weird program. Most probably, you also think similarly, but I'm wondering what Terry is thinking about this. As a UNICEF representative in Turkey, what do you think about this program that I call as a freak, a weirdo program? So I dare ask. Who would like to? Actually, I wanted to ask it to Terry again. What was the translation? Was it translated to you, Terry? She's asking.
Okay, the new curriculum. Name, Marif curriculum. What do you think about it?
Currently, I've only heard of it. It's only in Turkish right now. I haven't
know about it, okay?
I know it's skill-based. I know it's being reviewed. It hasn't been approved by the Board of Education yet.
No.
And I know it's being adapted based on comments. So I'm waiting to see what the final picture is, because I know there's underlying currents which I don't see in the English, which I know exists in Turkish.
You don't see it in English.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to translate it to you. Because you said that the skill-based, yes, at the beginning it's skill-based, but I wish you have seen the last part of it, the techniques and methods. All of them are behavioral, and I don't know, it's, what is it in English?
Values.
Telkin. Huh?
It's values?
No, not values.
No.
Yeah, it's a method for little children. So,
suggestion.
I wish.
Suggestion diye geçiyor mu?
Suggestion.
Suggestion ama olmaz aslında tam. Bak.
Maybe the translation is suggestion, she's saying, but it's not the right translation they're saying.
UNICEF, AÇEV.
Ben söyleyeyim hemen isterseniz.
Yes.
Maybe I can share my views. The curriculum, the content, the training, education programs are areas we have been monitoring for a long time. We always analyze the previous programs with AÇEV and with experts, but as you might imagine, assessing and analyzing this program wouldn't be possible in this such a short period of time. Last Sunday we also said clearly it doesn't make any sense to assess these programs or curriculums by having a checklist of achievements or learning outcomes, but we need to have a holistic approach. AÇEV is in the advisory board of Education Reform Initiative, so we are carrying out our activities to stop the process. Our main message, which we publicly announced, was the following, including early childhood period, the discussions focusing on the content are preventing us from discussing the more important values issues that we are discussing today on this stage. For instance, we have been stuck. We are only discussing the elements of the program regarding mathematics, for instance. Okay, I understand. You mean we should also talk about poverty, right? Am I coming from out of space? Am I the weird one? I don't understand, because we have to do something urgently about this program. And thank you. Hopefully my answer was satisfactory for you. Can I also answer? Hello, first of all, thank you so much. Well, you all talked about the gap between policy and practice. In the international arena, sometimes people use lobbying to close the gap. Sometimes people work through the media, or sometimes they try to create public awareness to fill the gap. What I would like to learn is the following. As academics, when you have certain findings, or if you are a non-profit organization such as Education Reform Initiative, or if organizations such as UNICEF come up with findings that are proven to work, what would be the most effective strategy to make sure that these findings are actually taken into consideration by the public authorities in a country like Turkey? What are the strategies that have worked so far? Who are you asking your question to? Maybe I can answer.
I give one example in terms of we've done with the ministry a costing analysis for ECE. So it was disseminated initially, and we're looking at doing a wider dissemination of the analysis and then release it. So we're in that process. We do it steps in terms of the partners, and then a wider dissemination, and then more public, looking at the costing analysis for ECE.
Ben sizin sorduğunuz soruya şöyle cevap verebilirim. Akademiyle orada yapılan çalışmaların verilerinden tam anlamıyla yararlanıldığını söyleyemem.
I can't really say that they benefit fully from the data, which is the finding of the academic work.
But we need to clarify that we need to obtain permit from the Ministry of Education or Ministry of Family and Social Policies while picking up our dissertation topics. And then, if they deem it appropriate, they would always ask a copy of our dissertation or research to the authorities, particularly if we want to undertake this research in their own institutions. So we have always sent copies of our papers, our researches, but up until now, we have never received any feedback from the ministries. We've never received a call either criticizing or giving a feedback. I don't want to talk about my experience in the field, otherwise it would date me. But now that we're talking about sustainability and data, I don't believe that we can achieve that given the circumstances. A very small additional remark on my end. The main issue that we see since 2013. So this is the main issue, but we need to persevere. We need to keep insisting when we talk about rights, basic rights, both for children, students, and teachers. I think we need to keep on insisting. And another important aspect is to keep building bridges, like bridging civil society and public sector, bridging public sector and private sector. So we should never give up on building bridges, because sometimes we might have less visibility, we might have less maybe impact, but this is not always the case. But I think this is the most important tactic and strategy, so to speak. Well, I fully agree with what you've said. In fact, this was also the main idea of this panel and this conference, because we're talking about science to practice, how we can translate this into action. We are conducting these researches on a day-to-day basis. And of course, even if authorities policymakers at the end of the day, they don't read it, we have to continue these researches because we believe one day it will be beneficial for someone out there. And by the way, we have some professors here, professors of education. So as we train our teachers, we always make the effort to combine theory and practice so that teachers never depart from science. And once they graduate from departments of education, once they become practicing teachers, be it in rural areas or urban areas, in a very small school or a larger school, no matter what, they should keep on shedding a light on their students. So this is up on us. This is our mission. So we should never give up on our hopes as we undertake our research. Of course, we do our research to also present it to authorities, present it to our target group, and we need to definitely do it collaborating with other civil society actors. And I believe that discussing these issues have been very important. We had very limited time. Professor Sibel has raised this issue of this recently announced curriculum of the century, but we don't have time to get into that, unfortunately. I don't see any hands, and as I said, we are already went beyond our allocated time. We had a very distinguished panel, and thank you very much once again for joining us. We would like to thank all our panelists for their valuable input. We will ask them to remain on the stage for a session photo shoot. Distinguished participants, AÇEV Strategy, International Relations, and Partnership Director Suna Hanoz-Penney will now take the floor to conclude our conference.
Dear all, as we're closing the day, I would like to go over very briefly some of the key takeaways. As UNICEF puts it, science shows that life is a story for which the beginning sets the tone. We started the day with Hiro Yoshikawa's excellent keynote, and he showed us what years of research on the use of research evidence and policy tells us. And we understand that answering policymakers and meeting where they are is very important. Interdisciplinary teams that have the ability to put together the costing of services and scaling scenarios is essential. Otherwise, this is bound to fall between developmental science and financing economics. We talked about how to partner with ministries and what are some scaling strategies. Ministries take ownership and responsible for financing, and models that are adapted and aligned with national strategies and standards is crucial. Start with ministerial needs and speak their language. For the future ECD policy and impact, it became clear that we cannot avoid understanding frontline program implementation. Action on the ground matters. Not just scale, but support big to better was a very, very important point. For future macro ideologies of nationalism and how it affects child development, and how social movements will impact child development, and in fact, how AI will impact child development and enter our homes. These are going to be some future research areas, or at least has to be. Evidence-based policy in Turkey, we heard, is quite weak. There's an urgent need for improvement. We heard that Turkey is ranked number 2 in terms of child poverty among the OECD countries. We talked about how to have successful multi-sectoral approaches. And for children to reach their full potential, yes, there's a big consensus that we have to be able to provide multi-sectoral approaches, actions, whether they are through integrated programming or combined services, through integrated policies. But to be able to do all of this, we have to leverage sectoral expertise, political will, work across silos to develop best programs and best results for children. Center our work on children and families. We did discuss that we can't just rely on our technical evidence-based expertise. We need better strategies to manage the political dimensions of multi-sectoral approaches. In addition to structural and process quality, we have to understand better going forward how to pay attention to the evidence around quality, because all sessions touched upon quality issues. Still, we cannot, the relationship between children and caregivers and home visitors, quality on all angles throughout the process. We know partnerships are important. This came across so many times throughout the day, and we know sustained reciprocal partnerships work. Multi-year partnerships work. In fact, one of our speakers mentioned that coalitions, multi or unisectoral coalitions, can be the voice for the voiceless. We're not doing cross-learning among the areas in ECD, and we really have to put more focus on them, whether it's the early learning community, protection, school readiness, 0 to 3 community. Even in the ECD community, we've started to have some factions, and we really need to make sure they're linked together. Participatory planning has to definitely occur before the crises occur. We talked about that during the poly-crisis session. Coordination between government and civil society, just like at every level and every area, it is extremely important in context of poly-crisis. And we said we need collective alignment around what our goal is. I will quote James Cairns' metaphor. We all of us resemble different organs of the body working in harmony to create a well-run ecosystem. So collectively, there needs to be alignment among our goals. As I'm ending my remarks, I wanted to say we are today celebrating the progress. At the same time, we're still failing many, many millions of the world's most disadvantaged children. To be precise, we're talking about 250 million children. We know the most powerful and cost-effective equalizer we have at our disposal. And we are halfway into our sustainable development goals. I hope that we can capitalize on this momentum to bring about concrete change leading up to the drafting of new goals. This is a unique time in history, and as Kyle Pruett wonderfully put it, we need hope. We cannot lose hope. So thank you so much for being with us as we renewed our commitment to children everywhere. We know we are together on this road with all our national and international partners who've been here today with us from near and far. Thank you.
Değerli konuklar, bu sempozyumumuzda erken çocukluk gelişimi alanındaki son gelişmeleri bilimin ışığında ele aldık. Tüm katılımcılarımıza değerli katkılarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyor. AÇEV Genel Müdürü Sayın Senem Başyurt'u dilek ve temennilerini paylaşmak üzere sahneye davet ediyorum.
invite Senan Başurt, AÇEV General Manager, to the podium. Distinguished colleagues who have joined us both from faraway places and also from nearby places, all our distinguished participants who have joined us in this course, and dear family members of AÇEV family. I would like to extend my special thanks to each and every one of you. Of course, these closing remarks come after a very long day of our conference, so I will do my best to be short as possible. So we started with a dream 30 years ago, and now with 3 decades behind us, of course, we are full of pride and excitement while we still keep our concerns on certain matters. Of course, everyone celebrates their achievements based on their own culture, and we will always celebrate our success in the light of our values you have heard in the morning. And we will continue to bring everyone together around the issue of early childhood development. And we have, it was our idea to bring you all together to discuss the future pathways for early childhood development. As you can imagine, this has not been an easy journey. First and foremost, we would like to thank outstanding work of Suna, our executive committee, as well as our board of directors and our professors, our consultants who helped us, and all our panelists who took their time for us. I would like to also acknowledge the employees of AÇEV who made this conference possible thanks to their dedication. I would like to thank AÇEV's founders, Ms. Özin, even though she's not with us, and also Professor Beckman, Aisha, our president, our dearest vice chair, Aisha, and once again to Suna. Special thanks to you all. And I would like to thank also Filiz Hassan, my dearest colleagues and AÇEV team, as well as to all of you, our distinguished participants. I hope you will leave this conference inspired by new ideas, and I hope you found this fruitful and joyful. In fact, we need to cover more ground, and I do very much hope that we will be successful in improving this domain further, and together we will be able to build a safer and more just future. Today, we have given a round of applause for all our panelists, and I would like to close this day by a final round of applause for all our panelists. And thank you very much for being with us today.
Panelistlerimizi acaba alabilir miyiz sahneye? Tüm panelistlerimizi sahneye davet ediyoruz.
We would like to invite all our panelists for a family photo.